All right, so yeah, already got questions coming in. We are going to continue to follow these storms, and if you've been following what's going on today, it is not even lunchtime yet, and we have a long day already unfolding. So here's what we have. Here's this cluster of storms, and I'm gonna let's see. That's 21 frames. We don't need the life story here. Let's just go down to about 14 here. So here's the storms we have in our area, and uh, everybody wants to know about their exact location, and we will get there. We need to do a broad view here first. So actually, I want to cut that down to, so give me a moment to kind of get my head on straight here. So here's the storms we have right now. For our area, we do not have any warnings at this moment. However, there is a storm near Cleburne that is intensifying. I'm expecting we could easily see a warning for that storm any minute now. And south of Whitney, another very intense storm there. Looking at Bosque County, this severe warn storm moving in towards Meridian, that will be moving into our core area as well. And right on center stage here, this storm moving into McLennan County here, this has had tornado warnings with it, at least two at this point, as that moves through Gatesville, moving into McLennan County here towards the Waco area. So very well defined hook there. We are under a tornado watch until 6 p.m. So this is exactly what they're warning of. These storms are going to continue to move into our area. We will, of course, be watching this monster down here, and we have a few stronger storms as well. No downstream warning yet into Bosque County going into, Hill County here for this storm. And then I do expect a warning probably for this storm in Johnson County as well. So these storms we've been talking about leading up to this, and I've already had a few people ask, didn't you expect the tornado warning or the tornado threat to be low in the morning? Here's the thing. This is not what we expected for today. We expected an earlier round of storms to come in right around drive time, right around sunrise there. That did not happen. So that left a very unstable, very humid atmosphere for our area. And so that left everything wide open and fertile for these storms. And that's what we're seeing now. They popped up later in the morning, which meant everything was set up for us to start increasing our heating. That, of course, increases the fuel and the instability for these storms. So that's what we're looking at. That's where we are right now. So this is where the storms are. We have some of this moving into Ellis County now. Not severe at this point, but we are, hearing that there's cloud-to-cloud lightning in Maypearl. That's what you're seeing there. So very, very active atmosphere. We are setting up for a long day. I've already heard questions about this evening. The tornado watch only goes until 6 p.m. I can't honestly tell you for certain if these storms will be out of here in time for baseball games. The dry line continues to be stalled to our west, and so more storms are possible once we get through this batch. But this is going to continue to move through, and yes, we have kids that are in school. I know some are out of school today, but we do have some kids in school. So if your teacher friends need to be tagged in this, make sure you share this stream. Tag folks that need to be included, because we need to keep people aware today. This is spring in North Texas. We're kind of at the peak, right, of our severe weather season here. We're in April. Late April and May are always the times when I really start to kind of really focus in on what's happening. So this storm here, you don't get much more textbook than that. We'll see if there's another tornado warning issued that goes into parts of McLennan County, possibly parts of Bosque and Hill County there too. But this storm, we're going to continue to watch that. And this one, it's a little bit tough to tell the track of it. It's moving northeast, but this storm, it's kind of been tugging a little bit to the right. We see that right turn very typically for these kinds of storms. And so that could take another tug and move towards Waco, or it could move more towards Abbott and west into Hill County and possibly parts of Navarro County. I mean, it could move all the way up into Ellis County. There's not really a surefire way to know exactly where this is going to go. We're hearing thunder in Waxahachie now. You see the lightning. What's happening here is all of these storms are putting all of this this cloud cover in here, this very convective cloud cover, the tops of the anvil, essentially. This is a very, very active atmosphere. So I need everyone, for one, to be indoors. regardless of where you are in this area, you need to be indoors watching this situation because storms continue to pop up. The activity in Italy, it's not severe, but there's enough going on that we need to be paying very close attention to all of our area. This is a very, very well-primed atmosphere. It is locked and loaded for severe weather because, again, we didn't have that morning round of storms to kind of work over the atmosphere and stabilize things before we started warming up, getting into the daytime heating, and getting this more intense situation. And I know that we have a situation where folks are at work, folks are at school. You'll want to, I'm just opening the window here, you'll want to make sure that you are watching this and paying attention. And if your kids are at school, the good news is that every school has a plan. So the good news is that, hey, I mean, your kids, there's a plan to keep your kids safe. And people may be tempted to go check their kids out early or get their kids out of school. You do not want to be caught out in this. I can guarantee you that. You want to make sure that you're staying where you are. Let them stay where they are. There is a plan that those school districts have in place to keep those kids safe should severe weather occur. And I just want to do something just want to make sure that I'm keeping my wife kind of on her toes as well. It's nap time for the kiddo, so making sure that she's watching all of this too. And we have gusty winds today. Let me preface that too. We have gusty winds today even without the storms. So that's one of the things that I kind of want to emphasize, because I know there's going to be a lot of people saying, hey, the winds are picking up. Does that mean a storm is here? We're going to have gusty winds whether we have storms or not. Very strong south winds that are feeding in all of this Gulf moisture, just adding to the instability in the air. So right now, the strongest storm, obviously, I mean, everybody's looking at that warning right there, that tornado warning. That storm continues to move into western McLennan County here. Now, this is Bosque County, Meridian there, that storm moving in, and really, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings at this moment. So presumably, I mean, we're looking at a situation where maybe those storms have weakened a little bit. This one near Cleburne, that's going to be moving towards Keene, Venus, Burleson, Alvarado up there. So that storm continuing on, moving towards Midlothian eventually. I won't be surprised if that storm is severe warned. I think there's several of these that are kind of right on that line. And we have new development here towards Waxahachie, and I'm pretty sure I just saw lightning here. So very, very active. And what concerns me is the fact that all of this moving in, we're seeing all this new development. This just means that we are looking at a very, very active atmosphere. I do have a gut feeling today that we will be working very hard and we will be needing to pay very close attention to this storm as it moves in. We're getting rain now here at the studio, lightning and thunder as well. So let's keep in close attention to all of this activity that we have moving in. Right now, I'll step away here and let you just look at the radar for a second. This is what we're watching. All of these storms, the only severe warned storm at this time is that storm west of Waco. That tornado warning does continue. We do have a tornado watch that continues until 6 p.m. So that's where the tornado watch is right now. And I've stepped out of the way. I'm just kind of letting you see the radar for right now while everybody kind of evaluates where things are for their towns. Of course, we have more development farther to the southwest down near Gatesville. So even though we have all of this activity, there is still more. The good news is that with daytime activity, it's going to be a little easier to get eyes on what's going on. So we have this steepening hook here west of Waco. It's going to be easier to keep eyes on that and to see what's going on. Very big lightning strike just now outside the window here at the studio. So hopefully we're able to keep power here. If not, we have plans in place to deal with that. So we will be managing that as well. All of this activity right now, any of these storms could easily become severe. It's a very active atmosphere. My wife was telling me, man, it's humid in the house. Just imagine how it feels outside. Lots of moisture, lots of lift, lots of instability, all you need, to make very, very dangerous conditions for today. And we're still early. okay? I mean, we haven't even hit peak daytime heating here. My hope is that if we can get this cluster through our area, maybe that will work things over enough that maybe we can get this through, and then maybe that can be it for today. That's my hope. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm looking for. And so we'll just kind of have to manage this situation, these storms, and then watch as they go. So the storm near Cleburne, over Cleburne right now, not severe warned at this time. The storm near Meridian, not severe warned, and this Hill County storm. Neither of those three are warned, but I mean, we've got lightning and thunder all from all of this activity. And really, we've got lightning happening where we don't have well-organized storms at this time. Just a very, very nasty atmospheric situation right now, setting up for storms to be intense in really any point. Let's take a quick look. I know that there's a lot of folks asking about hail. Let's take a look at the VIL, that vertically integrated liquid, and see where those hail centers are. Funny enough, now this may be partially because it's farther away from the radar, but not seeing a really big hail signature in the storm west of Waco. But again, that could be just the proximity, or really lack thereof, from the radar there in Burleson. So west of Meridian, pretty decent hail core there, one south of Whitney, and then there near Keene as well. So you're at least going to have probably small hail in those areas, and this lets you see the lightning too. Look how widespread this lightning is. So very intense atmosphere right now. And if we look at velocity, there are areas where we have those storms where we have some gustier winds as well. We mentioned just west of Meridian there, some of this in Hill County as well. And then of course the rotation that continues in that storm moving towards Waco right now. So in our particular area, I want to zoom in just quickly to our specific area. We do not have any warnings at this moment. I'm sure that will change as we go forward. That tornado watch does continue until 6 p.m. So really between now and that point, tornadoes capable, or storms rather, capable of tornadoes will be possible. But as you can see, the radar is just lighting up. Let's go once again. And you can see again how Ellis County is just lighting up. We just see yellow and red popping up everywhere. That's that very, very potent atmosphere, just getting updrafts and storms popping up just about everywhere. So that's what we're watching right now. The storm in Johnson County continues west of there, and seeing a new little cell popping up and quickly intensifying there. West of Meridian, we mentioned that. South of Hillsborough, that storm looks to be blossoming and intensifying as well. The air is unchecked here, okay? Over Ellis County and Navarro County, really all of this area, it's unchecked. We haven't really seen anything yet, so there's plenty of storm fuel in those areas to feed these storms as they move in. So this is why we need to be watching very, very closely. In my estimation right now, and let's back off quite a bit and kind of show a big picture look here, Gatesville's been through the ringer, and there's another smaller yet still intense storm moving that way, and all of this continues to move northeastward into our particular area. So we are just getting kicked off, and we of course see more storms to the northeast. Again, my hope is that we can get all of this out of here, moving to the northeast. The dry line is stalled to our west. I haven't seen in the last couple of hours if there has been movement on that. I'm hoping maybe the dry line will progress eastward. If it will, maybe it brings some dry air, kicks this stuff out of here. So that will kind of help inform our outlook for this evening, because the tornado watch runs until 6 p.m. My hope is that by that point, all of this is to the northeast, and we're able to avoid all of this activity going into the nighttime hours. And I'll tell you too that sunset, I should say, I'm about to say sunrise, sunset should help too. Sunset, when we start to lose that daytime heating, yeah, I think that's going to be a part of what kind of helps us out a little bit here as far as getting this activity to wind down a little bit. And sunset is 8:05. So tornado watch until 6 o'clock, sunset at 8. So I think that will help with the progression of getting our conditions to improve for our area as we get into those evening hours. I really don't know what to tell you about evening baseball and evening events. Kind of one of those things where I'm fairly convinced by this point that we will probably see some of those things getting canceled, but I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that don't plan on those, don't count on those evening plans. Make sure you're paying attention to the weather first, and that's what we're going to have to be watching very closely. Now, I do know that there's a question about tomorrow, so as we get through the next couple of days, there's been some changes to that forecast as well, and I haven't been able to put the 7-day forecast up there yet because I've been monitoring this and preparing for this coverage, knowing that we were looking at a pretty long day ahead, so I wanted to be sure we were ready for this. But tomorrow looks like storms will be mostly west and northwest of our area. Could move in if we see development further south, then that will be more likely to move in our area late tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. And then early Sunday morning, pre-dawn Sunday morning, that's when we'll have a squall line move through the entire area. Could be more severe weather with that. And then as we go into next week, we've got almost daily storm chances with the highest chance next Thursday. That could be a severe weather event as well. It's spring in Texas, what can I say? So we'll continue to watch all of this activity right now, and so far, let's get a little more zoomed in here and talk about storm by storm. The storm in Johnson County, none of these three storms, really these main areas, are warned right now. There's one near Burleson there, Burleson-Alvarado area. That's going to be moving into parts of Ellis, Dallas, and Tarrant counties here, kind of where those three meet. And then down in Hill County, south of Hillsborough, a fairly intense storm. One near Meridian. Hail, small hail at least, is going to be possible in any of these storms. In Ellis County right now, we just kind of have a spattering of rain, and there's quite a bit of frequent lightning there too. Not much happening in Navarro County at this moment, but down south of this area, that's where we see this particular storm and that rotation that has been persistent for quite some time, that tornado warning continuing, and that we haven't seen a downstream warning issued yet for that storm. And it looks like it could finally be weakening, but that doesn't mean that it can't strengthen as it moves in. So we'll watch to see where that storm goes, what that does. At the moment, it looks like that storm is probably going to move up into Hill County and then eventually towards Navarro County. But again, it's hard to tell. This storm, it could stay more directly south of here, could be more, taking a right turn and then staying more south of our area. The question is, what is a downstream warning? We just mean a new warning as the storm continues to move. So a downstream warning would be a new warning further down the track of this storm. So that's just what we refer to them as. And I know that there's going to be a lot of questions about, what do things look like around pickup time? Well, it's noon right now, 12 o'clock right this minute, and 12:01 in fact, and I don't know that all of this is still going to be around at 3 o'clock. I'm hoping it won't be, but that really depends on how much more development we get farther to the southwest. There is a new storm down on the other side of Gatesville, so that could affect our area as we get through the next several hours here. But it's hard to say exactly at this moment how long these storms will continue. So I'm waiting to see if a new warning will be issued for this storm. It does look like it could be weakening here. And then, of course, we have the Meridian storm, one near Hillsborough, and one in Johnson County that are kind of our main issues right now, our main concerns. I will say that this storm has nothing in front of it, so it has unfettered access to new moisture coming in from the Gulf. All of that inflow. So that's what we're watching here at the moment. And Jessica Sutton asking if there's any rotation near our area. There's not at this point. Not any storms in the Waxahachie area. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for this storm. I was waiting for it. So this storm, that's going to continue to move on into parts of Ellis County near Midlothian, south, really the eastern half of Tarrant County, and then all of western and central Dallas County. So this storm continuing to move through. It's hard to tell much about that storm. Its proximity to the radar makes it hard to see, but that will continue on to the northeast here and really into the Metroplex here. So that severe thunderstorm warning continuing on. Let's get the details on that. That continues until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So about an hour, and looks like 65 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So mostly a wind threat there, but could be some severe hail with that storm as well. as that continues on. And yeah, lots of lightning in Ellis County right now. I know most of the area is seeing that. And Nicole Lyon, we won't get tornadoes or hail in Waxahachie. Well, all modes of severe weather are possible as this cluster of storms moves through. That's what we're going to be watching here for the next several minutes, the next few hours here. And again, I'm not really sure what to expect for school pickup time. Let me get that framed right here. I'm not really sure what to expect for school pickup because it really just depends on if we still have more storms developing to the southwest. My hope is that over the next couple of hours, maybe we can work over the atmosphere enough to kind of stabilize things, and maybe by school pickup things are a little bit more calm. But time will tell. This is one of those things I can't tell you exactly when a storm is going to get there. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen A, B, C. We will kind of have to watch and see which way these storms go, whether they are warned or not. And this storm continuing to move on to the northeast and starting to move into Hill County here. The circulation, the rotation we've been watching is due west of Waco right now. Looks like that will be headed more towards Lacey Lakeview and eventually could be moving towards Hubbard and Mertens there in far southern Hill County. So I'm just watching the phone here, watching for new developments here. Okay. So yes, we do have we have a new tornado warning that has been issued. So now this tornado warning does include parts of Hill County. Let's get zoomed in on this because this is the storm that has been taking center stage. This rotation is going to be moving right towards Gulson, towards Lacey Lakeview and west and Abbott here. That's where we're watching this. And let me shoot out a quick message to a dear friend there in the Gulson area. Make sure he's tuned in. You want to make sure you're sharing this, right? This tornado warning now for most of northern McLennan County here. Let's see. Let me get an update on this too. All right, so near Crawford there, that's where we have that hook, that circulation there. So that's going to continue to move on to the northeast and move into our area. So we will be watching this very closely. This tornado warning, let's get the details on that. Let's get the readout. That continues until 12:45, so about another 40 minutes from now. And looks like, yeah, radar indicated rotation. So we do not have a confirmed tornado on this storm yet, but we are watching this one as it continues to move on to the northeast. And of course, Whataburger's blowing up my phone here like they don't already know that, like I don't already have those cravings when I live stream, right? So this is the storm we're watching that has the tornado warning. So we'll be watching that storm, and we do, of course, have other storms in our area. One of those is severe warned. This storm in Johnson County, now in the Burleson, Venus, Alvarado area, that will continue on to the northeast, eventually moving into the Metroplex. We have this storm in Hillsborough. That could be severe warned at any time. And then the storm north of Meridian and one south of there, really. So this whole cluster of storms, any of this could become severe at any moment. Excuse me, there's not any severe weather, no warnings or anything for Ellis County right now. Nothing really much going on in Navarro County right now, some light to maybe spotty, moderate rain there. You can see obviously the center stage here, the main storm of this whole cluster is near the Waco area. And saying put down my phone, what am I, 12 years old? No, I'm a guy with a family, thank you very much. You people get upset about the weirdest things. So northern Johnson County, that's where the storms are. That's where this is going to continue to move on to the northeast. Hillsborough right now, that storm is not severe warned. And we will continue to take a quick look at this. Let's look at velocity here. And there are areas of some stronger winds here and there. The Hillsborough area, we'll have to keep an eye on that shadow there. Make sure that we're not looking at any kind of inbound, outbound winds or anything like that. And then down in McLennan County, that's where we're seeing that circulation going on. And so this whole area, again, we have we have gusty winds even without the storms. Gusty winds today. So just because you're getting gusty winds does not necessarily mean that you need to be concerned about anything. That just means that, hey, we've got really gusty winds across the area today. I mean, we could be looking at gusts of 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. So if you have gusty winds, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're looking at, a storm in your area. And we do have the tornado warning in the Midlothian area. In the Hillsborough area. I was looking at the messages are coming so fast that I'm trying to read, and by the time I'm reading the second half of a comment, it's down below. But no tornado warnings in Midlothian, just the severe thunderstorm warning for part of that area. The tornado warning down does include parts of Hill County. So as this continues to move northeast, that is what we will be watching. And this polygon here, that flashing box, that is your tornado warning right now. This is your tornadic storm. The rotation just west of Waco right now, that's going to be moving more towards Lacey Lakeview, West Abbott area. Let's zoom in a little bit on that again, get more communities up here. That is moving towards the Gulson area, moving towards Ross, moving towards Leroy and West and Abbott, this area. This is where that tornado warning is right now. So this is the tornado warned storm. This is where you're seeing that hook, that rotation, as that continues to move on to the northeast. This is the only tornado warned storm at this moment. The only one we have right now. And let me just get some more updates here. Thank you, John, for the donation through the Cash App. Greatly appreciated. And Jordan, this may be headed towards the Hubbard area. You're a little bit farther downwind here, so we'll have to watch and wait and see what this does. So let's continue to move on to watch out to the northeast as this continues. And again, we'll be watching this storm to see if it continues to the northeast or it starts to take more of a right turn. Either of those are possible. Looks like right now the National Weather Service does expect that probably to continue to the northeast, but they do have this warning kind of carved out a little bit here to allow for some rightward movement. So we'll watch this, and I know there's a lot of you asking about specific areas, so we'll do another broad view here. This is the whole area. This is between Dallas and Waco. This is primarily our area of coverage. This storm near Gatesville, that will be moving in right behind this tornado warned storm. The other warning we have in the area is the severe thunderstorm warning right here in parts of Dallas, Ellis, Johnson, and Tarrant counties, right where all of those come together. That storm moving into the Arlington, Grand Prairie, Cedar Hill, Duncanville area. That's going to be what we're watching here, and then that will continue on into the Metroplex. So this is leaving Johnson County right now, just barely skimming Ellis County. That will be here in the Metroplex, already in the Metroplex, really, in the next several minutes here. And that eventually will really move towards downtown Dallas and Love Field there. So keep that in mind as well. So this is what we're looking at here. Let me put this into motion for you and kind of back off a little bit so you can see. This is what's going on here at here at this point in time. And so moving towards Italy right now, we have this storm here in Hillsborough. Not severe warned right now, but that one can intensify at any minute. Of course, we are watching the tornado warned storm that's mostly south of our area. So as that continues on, though, we will be watching that because that looks like it probably will move into southern portions of our area. We've heard a lot of lightning, heard a lot of thunder in Alice County, but there's not a lot of storms there. It looks like we do have one there in the Italy area, possibly down towards Frost. And then as that continues to move on to the east, that's moving into the Milford, Italy area there, this storm near Hillsborough that's not severe warned at this time. I do expect this storm in Gatesville to probably get a severe thunderstorm warning a little later on. And so we will be watching as that continues on. Let me connect with a business partner here. And I do need to connect with these business partners because these are folks that are dealing with outdoor events, outdoor situations. They're getting plugged in, and so I want to make sure that we are that I'm connecting to them because they are involved in public safety. And I know people looking at me sitting on my phone may think I'm playing around. I'm not playing Candy Crush, I can guarantee you. I'm either checking information or checking in with folks to make sure that they're safe too. This is a more interactive show than what you have in Dallas. That's just the way this thing works. If you don't like it, there's plenty of Dallas people that don't even barely pay much attention to this area. So that's your prerogative. Do what you like. But here I do connect with some of those local resources to make sure that those folks are tuned in. And I do need to say thank you, Katie and Vicky, for your donations there through the Cash App and Venmo. Greatly, greatly appreciated there. So let's kind of take a closer look here, just get a little bit zoomed in. I'm trying to make sure we have a wide view so that we are kind of including everybody. I know that this is a wide view and I may not be able to see every intersection out there, but this storm here, this severe thunderstorm warning really has kind of left our area. The strongest part of that storm moving into South Arlington right now, really central Arlington, towards Grand Prairie there too. So that's where we continue to watch that moving in. This is our tornado warned storm in parts of McLennan County moving towards Hill County here. So that's what we're watching as this continues to the northeast. And hearing lots of thunder over in, lots of thunder here in Navarro County. So yeah, it's starting to pick up there. Not a whole lot going on in Navarro County, but Hill County and then Johnson County, some spotty storms, not severe in those areas, but we are watching those continue on. And I mean, it is definitely, I will say, it is definitely humid inside, which means it's incredibly humid outside. Thank you, Becky, for the donation through Venmo. Greatly appreciated there. But this atmosphere is absolutely primed for these storms. And this storm right here, this is an absolute unit of a storm, an absolute beast. So this is moving towards the Lacey Lakeview area, towards west. So that's going to be the Belmead area as well. So this storm continues to move on to the northeast. Northern McLennan County under the gun for this tornado warned storm. I haven't heard confirmation of a tornado on the ground. I've heard that there's some rumor about a possible tornado touchdown in Gatesville. I haven't heard confirmation of that yet. This is all radar indicated rotation here, but this is going to continue to move on to the northeast, and I'm mostly concerned about Hill and Navarro counties with this particular storm. It looks like it will go south of Cleburne, and it will probably stay south of Ellis County. I don't see this one moving into Waxahachie. I will have to watch Ennis as this continues to move in, but it does look like it will mostly be the southern half of our area, Hill and Navarro counties, at least parts of that area, that will be mostly to be concerned with that storm. The tornado watch does go until 6 p.m. and the tornado warning there in McLennan County goes for about another half hour here. So that will be when that warning expires. And to be honest with you, that will probably be around the time that storm is moving into our area. So that's where we will be watching very, very closely. And yeah, and I'm hearing a lot of JW. Yeah, I mean, it's asking for the phone number. I don't really want to give my phone number out on the air. So, you know, I don't know really how to, you know, confirm that for you other than to say that if somebody in the comments wants to let them know if there's a way around that, but I don't really want to give my phone number out, even if it's just the last 4 digits on the air. It's just probably not a good idea. So if you don't want to give that way, then that's totally fine. But thank you, Samantha, for your donation through Venmo. Greatly appreciated. And yeah, a lot of questions about the pickup from school. It's hard to say exactly what things are going to look like around 2, 3, 4 o'clock. It's 12:17 right now, and my gut tells me that we will probably be through most of this at this point, that we can avoid all of this activity when it comes to that point. I think most of it will be northeast of us, but we are seeing some more development to the southwest. And so it's a little unclear at this point whether we will still be watching these storms when we get to that 2, 3, 4 o'clock period. But I would recommend that you not try to get out and get them early, if we do have tornadic activity in this area, the schools have a plan. I know, I'm a dad. I get it. It can be really, really nerve-wracking to be away from your kids when this is going on, to trust in someone else. But I know these schools, they have a plan in place to keep your kids safe. They prioritize your kids' safety above all else. And so they have a plan to take care of that. River Watson, you're asking if the tornado warned storm is going to be north of Richland Chambers. Hard to say at this point. This storm has a long way to go before it gets to Richland Chambers Lake. It can take a few turns before then, and so it's really hard for me to say exactly where it's going to be that far downstream. I don't want to say yes or no, and then it takes a right turn or something of that sort, and so it's really, really, and that's my wonderful moderator, Matt, trying to dox me here for quite a bit of money. So, just if I disappear at some point, that might be part of why. Lee, you're asking, will it be safe to travel around 6 o'clock? That's when the tornado watch ends. Doesn't mean it can't be extended. But my hope is that we will be hopefully out of the woods for all of this by that time. But I'm not sure. This is one of those situations where we kind of have to play it a little bit by ear before we really know what to say too far ahead of time. So, Taylor, you said, is that tornado warned storm going to weaken or gain? I mean, it's going to probably cycle up and down. We've already really seen it cycle up and down. We've seen that storm intensify and then weaken and intensify and weaken, and that is common with these storms. As they go through maybe a more stable area, or they kind of wear themselves out and they need to rebuild and get more storm fuel. I will tell you that storm has had a tornado warning on it for quite some time. And so I don't see that storm ramping down totally anytime soon. So it's continuing to move forward, and I will tell you that this storm looks to be in a weakening pattern at this point, but we have definitely seen that pattern change and go back and forth throughout the life of that storm. Thank you, Sasha and Jesse and John, for your Venmo donations. Greatly appreciated. I think I'm caught up there. Maybe hard to keep up today. But as we watch this storm, we will continue to monitor it to see if they issue more tornado warnings. This storm, again, it does look to stay mostly south of our area. I think move from west to Hubbard to possibly towards Corsicana later this morning, this afternoon rather, depending on how long that storm can kind of hang on to that structure. It does at this point look like it is in kind of a weakening state. But we'll watch to see if that storm can ramp up again and pick up intensity as it goes. Hearing someone say you're trying to go to Dallas from Blooming Grove for your anniversary around 5. And again, I'll say it's hard to really say what's going to happen later on this afternoon. Kind of depends on if this activity can stabilize the atmosphere enough to prevent further development. I will tell you there is a storm down here near Gatesville. It looks like we need to watch that storm possibly for some rotation there. That one's going to be moving in probably right behind this tornado warned storm. And so that one could present some issues. And we got more development off to the west of Hamilton. So it's really kind of a question right now of how much more development are we going to see? Is it possible that we're going to see this storm continue to blow up, storm after storm? The dry line to our west is stalled. As far as I know, I haven't seen whether that has moved or not. If the dry line moves eastward and is able to kind of move out and get dry air in here, that'll pretty well cut things off. But we don't really know that yet. We don't know exactly what we're going to be looking at that time. I don't think any area is in the clear at this point because, again, we have more development happening off to the west. So the tornado watch continues until 6 o'clock. So I'm just going to follow the guidance and say that between now and 6 o'clock, storms capable of producing tornadoes are possible. That's what that watch means. And I'm getting word of a tornado spotted in McLennan County near Crawford. I don't have confirmation of that. Matt, if you want to check into that, I'm not sure really how we could check that necessarily. I haven't seen any photographs or anything at this point. But yeah, we don't have confirmation of a tornado in McLennan County at this point. But of course, the warnings up to this point have just said radar indicated rotation, which is valid. But it just means that we don't have any actual confirmation of this. And yeah, lots of questions about this town, that town, this time, that time. So I want you to understand here. I want you to understand that between now and 6 o'clock, severe storms will be possible, and that's for all of our area. Okay, that's the best, most specific thing I can give you, and I know that sucks. I know that it sucks that I can't give you, hey, by 6 o'clock you're fine, go do your evening plans. I understand it's frustrating that I can't do that, but I'm going to be honest with you, right? I'm going to be honest and say, hey, this is what we're looking at, and this is why you need to be careful with that, because that's the best answer I can give at this point. No severe warnings for our immediate area right now, except for this. We'll talk about the Fox 4 app in a minute, and the future radar. We'll talk about that just briefly. But west of the west area, I'm hearing that there's the outdoor warning sirens going on in west right now. So that's going to be in response to that tornado warning and that rotation that's going through. Now, I saw someone promoting the future radar on a app. The thing is that future radar is a weather model, okay? And I'm not, I don't know if it changes which one they use or if they use the same one all the time. I think it may change, honestly. Those models cannot always be relied upon. The NAM model, one of our short range models, said that this morning there was going to be storms blowing through like crazy, and we got nothing. Whereas the other night, I don't remember what day it was, but the other night we had the high resolution rapid refresh, the HRRR model, which is what a lot of those apps use, said that we were going to get blasted with these storms, and that never happened. So these models are not always accurate. You can't look at the future radars and say, well, that's exactly what's going to happen, because it's a model. You have to look at it in context. You have to understand that, one day the HR was estimating temperatures too high, so it had the cap breaking, and the cap never broke because we stayed cooler than expected. So there's always different factors involved. So you have to be careful about trusting these future radars that are they're not calling themselves a weather model, but that's what they are. They want it to sound more certain than it is, right? So that's just the way that works. So severe thunderstorm, or rather tornado warning, continues for northern McLennan County here. This now moving through the Gulson area, going to be moving towards west, towards Mount Calm, Mertens, Hubbard, in that area. Now the severe thunderstorm warning continues up in the Metroplex, Dallas and Tarrant counties there, and that's kind of where we're at as far as the storms. Pretty good storm stretching from Italy down towards Hillsborough, kind of connecting with this storm down in Waco, down in McLennan County. So we'll continue to watch that moving through. And Barbara, you said you sent some stars. Thank you so much for that. All of that support is always appreciated. And thank you, Suzanne, for your Venmo donation. Greatly appreciate that. So the storm near Gatesville, this is the one that's kind of on deck now. We'll see what that does as that moves in. And for our immediate area here, our 4 counties, really the only storm of concern is this one in McLennan County that is moving towards Hill County now. So this is going to be moving into Hill County very soon. We do still see those indicators of rotation just near Gulson now. So that's where we have that circulation. That circulation has been pretty persistent up to this point. That's going to continue to move through Gulson up towards West and Abbott. And then that will be moving towards Mount Calm and Hubbard and Mertens and Dawson here as well. So we'll be watching southern Hill County, far southwestern Navarro County, and Denise, you're asking why are sirens going off in Arlington? Well, there's no tornado up there, but these outdoor warning sirens, they're not tornado sirens anymore, except for some select places that haven't updated their policies yet, but they're outdoor warning sirens. Those can be sounded for damaging winds, very large hail. That's just kind of the way those are going now. And so it doesn't always mean a tornado. And if they sound when there's not a tornado, it doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that they are following those cities, which the municipalities get to decide this stuff usually. Just means they have a different criteria, if you will. Now, I will say that things are looking better in Johnson County. A few heavy storms there, some lightning and thunder. And then over in Ellis County here, southern Ellis County, some activity. Hill County getting a pretty good storm here, and then we're watching southern Hill County to see this storm. And it does look like this storm is on a weakening trend right now. It's definitely not as organized as it was before. rotation is still there, but we'll have to watch and see if they issue one of those downstream warnings. Again, that means kind of downstream, downwind, however you want to say that, where that they issue a new warning ahead of where that storm is going, ahead of the storm that's there now. So that's what we're watching at this moment. We will continue to watch that storm. That warning goes for about another 15 minutes here, and they're allowing that to go. And Jamie, you hear someone mowing their yard in Settlers Glen neighborhood. I guess they're just trying to get ahead of the rain. It's a little late for that now, but you know, some people they try to get ahead of it and do their thing. But you know, it is what it is. That's their prerogative. It's not really safe out there. We have a lot of lightning in Ellis County and really throughout the area where you may not necessarily be getting a storm, but you're still getting that very frequent lightning there. So that has to be considered. This storm down west of Waco here, I'm not seeing a warning there for that one yet, but I think we very well could. We're very fortunate in our area so far that none of these other storms have been really intense. And Gary, I think it might just be your phone. I'm not hearing any other reports of the audio cutting out. If it is, somebody let me know. But I think it may just be your phone, Gary, that's causing the audio to cut in and out there. You're watching on YouTube. Normally YouTube's pretty good quality, so I'm not sure if it's a cell phone signal issue or what the case may be. So let's continue to take a broad view here. Here's that storm near Gatesville. Very strong storm there, not severe warned at this time, but that will continue on the heels of this tornado warned storm. And then that tornado warned storm continuing on, that tornado warning continuing for about another 15 minutes here. That will continue on to the northeast, and we will be tracking that. The other severe storm is in the Metroplex right now in really northern Arlington, Euless, Keller area, DFW Airport there towards downtown Dallas and Love Field. So that's where that severe storm is. No other severe weather at this moment for our area. These storms in southern Ellis County getting through Hill County, I won't be surprised. In fact, I'm hearing reports of small hail here, but not anything too terribly intense for that area right now, not anything that is severe warned at this time. The last warning for our particular area right now, the only one that's active, is that tornado warning south of Hillsboro, north of Waco. So that's that blinking square. That is your tornado warning at this moment. And if we put this into motion, you can see that it's losing intensity here. Storm is definitely losing fuel there. And again, I want to reiterate, that does not mean that the storm is done. We've seen this storm and many others that they'll cycle down and then cycle up and then cycle down and then cycle up. They kind of just go back and forth. I won't be surprised to see this storm lose some intensity here, but I think it's very, very possible that we could see that storm pick up again here in the next several minutes, maybe the next hour or so, as it moves into our area. So that one is one that needs to be watched. It's had a tornado warning on it for quite some time, and it's moving into more unstable air. I will say that our area has had some more cloud cover, so it is possible that we could be a little bit cooler here. Maybe some rain-cooled air will help, but I'm still thinking that we will probably be looking at fairly intense storms for the next several minutes here. That tornado watch continues until 6 p.m. So let's get another broad view here. I'm going to go way broad here, and I'll step out of the way. So this is the radar as it stands right now. The only warning for our area is just part of our area included in that tornado warning. I do think that will be allowed to expire on time. Yeah, so I think that warning will be allowed to expire. I doubt that we see another warning behind it. If we do get that warning, and we will keep an eye on that. A lot of questions about Navarro County. Here's Navarro County here. If you don't know where that is on the map, here's Navarro County, Corsicana right in the center there. So nothing really moving into Navarro County in the far northern, really northwestern portions of Navarro. There around Blooming Grove, Frost. There's a fairly decent storm there, but for the most of Navarro County, not a whole lot going on at the moment. We will have to watch and see what this storm east of Hillsboro does and the one north of Waco as those continue to move on to the northeast. And a pretty decent storm there, mostly rain, mostly heavy rain there in Cleburne. And then we are watching this intensifying storm in the Gatesville area. That will continue to move on to the northeast. And really, that's going to be right on the heels of this tornado warned storm. So right now, it looks as if most of the storms are very strong in the Gatesville area. Looks like maybe north of Waco, they kind of lose some organization a little bit. That looks to maybe be the trend here, but we have a lot of time here for these storms to continue to move in. We're not really seeing a whole lot of development west of this. So I'm hoping maybe we're done and maybe we can get through this and get this out of the way before all these evening activities. I can't guarantee it though. I really would like to see these get out of the way and allow for a smooth and safe dismissal at school. I know that can be tough here, and there will be questions going forward as we get closer to that, and as we get closer, we'll get a better idea maybe of what to expect. But this does look to be the backside of this. And Matt, if you want to check, I don't know if you can see where that dry line is right now. See if that's progressing eastward here. Just look at the dew points. But I would like to know where the dew points are west of that line. So that maybe we can get an idea of whether that's dry air that's moving in, that's maybe pushing these storms out. But there looks to be a pretty clear delineation here west of Meridian and Cleburne and Fort Worth and Denton, where there's just nothing behind all of that. If we can get some dry air in here, that will help to limit and really cut off this activity. So we will be watching this. We'll see what happens over the next several minutes here. Okay, so the dry line's still fairly off to the west, so it doesn't sound like we have dry air moving in too quickly. Yeah, so unfortunately the dry line doesn't look like it's going to help us out a whole lot, but there's not a whole lot to the west of this. Now, southwest is where we have to watch farther to see what we might have coming in. So if we actually pan that way, let's get the radar further south. So here's all of our activity here. Not a whole lot going on to the southwest. So hopefully this Gatesville storm, maybe that's the end of the line here, and maybe we can work over and stabilize the air enough to just be done after that point. And it would be great if we can move all of this out of here and get that all to the northeast before we hit peak daytime heating, because peak daytime heating, these storms are really going to ramp up. I mean, we're just halfway through the lunchtime hour right now. As we get into 2, 3, 4 o'clock here, 5 o'clock, yeah, that's when we really start warming up. So if we can get all of this activity to the northeast, and I think that's frankly kind of what the Storm Prediction Center is expecting, because the tornado risk is higher to our northeast. So that's what I'm hoping it will do. And Shay, we'll get into the forecast going forward here in just a moment. And now getting new questions about that tornado watch that was issued quite some time ago. So we are under a tornado watch until 6 p.m. That was issued earlier today before the live stream began here. And that just means that storms, and it's effective until 6 o'clock. So storms capable of tornadoes will be possible between now and 6 o'clock where that watch is issued. I haven't seen if any of our areas southwest of us have been removed from that. The tornado warning continues in northern McLennan County, far southern Hill County here. So that storm looks like it could be trying to ramp up again, and that hook is still there. So that's going to be moving towards the west area. So let's get zoomed back into that storm here. See what the velocity is showing us, and we still have persistent rotation with this storm. It's a ways away from the radar, so it's hard to get too much detail, but this is where that rotation is. You see this couplet here, right over Golson right now, headed towards west and Abbott. That's going to be our, that's where the rotation is right now. And we have heard that there are sirens going on in this area. That's because you have a tornado warned storm with rotation moving through that area. So the outdoor sirens are absolutely justified there, and we will continue to follow this storm as it continues on to the northeast. I will say in the Ennis area now, looks like your hail threat may be increasing here. Any of these storms are going to have very strong updrafts, and so the hail is going to be possible there in the Ennis area. And a lot of questions coming in about Navarro County, and we'll get to that here in just a few minutes. In fact, we'll do that now, just kind of give you a perspective here. So this storm is not severe warned at this time, from Ennis down through Bardwell, Avalon there, down to Milford and Italy. So this storm, not severe warned, but fairly intense. Here's Navarro County. Not a whole lot going on in Navarro County right now. Now, Blooming Grove, Frost, you will be getting this activity that's in the Milford area, parts of Hill County there. That's going to continue on to the east. So that's where we will be watching the next kind of step into Navarro County. Now, yes, you do have that tornado warning, and we have a new warning now. So this is going to continue on. So a downstream warning has been issued in southern Hill County. That includes, let's get a little closer here. That's what I'm looking for. Bynum, Abbott, West, Penelope, Mount Calm, Hubbard, Malone, all of this area. That is your new tornado warning up towards Mertens there. This is the new tornado warning. This storm continues to rotate, and they have seen it necessary to continue this tornado warning on. So we will continue to watch this storm, this very intense storm. Here you can see that hook. Not as well defined as it was, but it looks like it is starting to ramp up again. So we will continue to follow that as it moves in. It does not include Navarro County at this time. Yeah, it's definitely starting to kind of anticipate or intensify there near west. So that's going to continue moving towards the west area. West and Abbott right there real close. So this storm is moving into our core area. Hill County and Navarro County, of course, are part of our core area here. So the rotation moving right into west here. At this time, I have not heard confirmation of a tornado on the ground. We have radar indicated rotation here, but that's going to be moving towards west, just near the Abbott area. Penelope, Malone, Hubbard, Mount Calm, Leroy, Ross, all of this area, you need to be taking shelter at this time because you do have a tornado warning that has been issued. Yes, that will be headed towards Highway 31, as was mentioned. So more radar indicated rotation. This is until 1:15, so this is going to be about 35 minutes that this tornado warning will be in effect. That's am I doing 35 minutes, I believe is right. Shalina, you say that there's a tornado reported by a media station on the ground. That's what prompted the new warning in Hill County. I'm skeptical of that because the new warning does not say spotter indicated. It does not say a observed tornado. Just says that there is that it's radar indicated rotation. Normally, if it is, and it says that right there, radar indicated. Normally, if it's an observed tornado, there's going to be a note of that. Have not seen anything on that yet. Let me check another source of information here and see what we've got. Yep. So yeah, the enhanced Storm Prediction Center has issued an enhanced risk of severe weather about 20 minutes or so ago. Thanks. Yeah, so this is all changing fairly quickly here, as you can tell. I'm looking through, and I'm not seeing. The tornado threat is radar indicated for that warning, so I'm not seeing confirmation of a tornado on the ground in this storm. Reporting from Texas Storm Chasers, okay. I mean, they're another streamer. They can say whatever they're going to say. I'm not going to say there's a confirmed tornado until I know it. Other streamers, that's their game. That's their circus. They can play it how they want to. But until I have confirmation, I'm going to play it safe, right? So near west, that's where that rotation is. That's going to continue on to the northeast towards Abbott, Penelope, Malone, Mertens, Hubbard, Mount Calm. These are all in that tornado warning box. You need to be taking shelter in those areas right now. I know there's a lot of places outside of that box that are wondering if it's going to go that way, and we need to just focus on these areas that are in the warning. I will say that it looks like it will probably stay south of Mertens unless it takes a left turn. These tornadoes, the reason that these boxes are so broad there, let me do that better, so broad where you see where it really opens up at the end, is because this could take a right turn and move more southerly, or it could take a left turn and move up towards southern Ellis County. Or it could just go true, stay straight northeast, and move more towards Navarro County. So that's what we're seeing at the moment. That's what we're looking at. So this is that new tornado warning that we just had for southern Hill County, far northern McLennan County here. That's what we're watching. Let me back up and show the entire area here, as I know there's a lot of folks that are just joining in, wondering about their particular area. Behind that storm, moving into parts of McLennan and Bosque counties here, a new storm. That one looks like that could be trying to rotate there. We haven't looked at that in detail. Here's the tornado warned storm here, and then the storm in parts of southern Ellis County, far northern Navarro County. So these are our three storms here that we are watching. That one west of Venus looks like that's kind of falling apart, and I'm seeing a lot of lightning out of the window here. I'm looking south, so a lot of lightning in this storm here. Looks like in the Milford area, moving towards Blooming Grove, Frost. It's possible that we could be seeing some small hail there. Very frequent lightning there. I've been getting a lot of messages about the thunder there too. So this storm here, this is going to be the other storm we'll have to watch. Starting to try to develop that hook there. So we'll keep an eye on that too. But right now, this is the storm that has the active tornado warning with it. That tornado warning goes for about another half hour here. So that will continue to move on to the northeast. We will track that here. Things are starting to really calm down over in Johnson County, but here we have a new storm. We'll have to watch and see what that does as that moves into our particular area, starting to move into Bosque County there. So just one thing after another. I do expect this to be a bit of a long day. And man, I really, I'm trying to wonder what I'm going to do for lunch here. I'm gonna have to think about that. But this storm continues to move on to the northeast. And this storm, we will be watching this one here in Ellis County. Make sure that we're not trying to develop a little hook there. That tornado watch continues until 6 o'clock. Storms capable of producing tornadoes will be possible during that time. So Ennis, you're getting this strong storm here. Once that moves out, we will be watching to see if this storm continues on its track or if that possibly moves towards the Ennis area. And then behind it is that next storm. So Desiree, you're exactly right. That Whataburger patty melt, that sounds fantastic right now. But this is your storms right now. These are the ones that we're watching. The only warning we have right now is this tornado warning for parts of northern McLennan County and southern Hill County here. That does eventually, if that continues on, move into Navarro and possibly parts of Ellis County here. So that's what we're watching. And I'm not exactly sure. Let me check something. I'm not exactly sure if, and maybe someone can answer for me here, has Polka Fest started? There's another festival coming up in Ennis, correct? I don't know if there's anything going on today, but I know that Ennis has kind of a string of festivals going on. I know that's coming up. I don't know if that's today. But if there's any of these areas that have those outdoor events today, you need to be inside. You need to be taking shelter. Lee, I don't know where you are. You're saying you got an emergency alert. So, you know, that definitely, okay, end of May for the Polka Fest. So, okay, good. I kind of lost track of the events in Ennis. They do got a lot of fun going on down there. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't in the middle of anything right here. Okay, so I'm following these comments here. Yeah, Blue Bonnet Festival was last weekend. So, But yes, the bluebonnet trails, obviously in Ennis, and obviously here, if you're outside of the bluebonnet trails, you're getting hammered right now with heavy rain and possibly some small hail and frequent lightning. So hopefully by now you've gone indoors, and so yeah, you want to be careful of that. These storms look to mostly stay in Ellis County here, just close to Frost and Blooming Grove. There looks to mostly stay north there. And then this is that severe warn, or that tornado warn storm that we're watching, and we're watching the storm to the west of it. Fairly intense storm, and we're watching this one too, that is quickly intensifying over here in Meridian, north of Meridian there. Going to be towards, what is that, the Walnut Springs area? Yeah, so near Hyco, moving towards Walnut Springs. That storm going to continue on probably towards Johnson County. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. I will say, though, that storm is behind all of this activity. So it would seem that the tornado risk is probably a little bit lower for that particular storm. It's the two storms here. Obviously, this one is tornado warned, and the warn down south, the one down south of Clifton, is what we'll have to watch there. So as far as the storms, we got 1, 2, 3. This is what we're watching. Waxahachie area, everything is south of you. Things are relatively calm in Johnson County right now. North of Hillsborough, there's not much happening. There is a storm headed towards Whitney right now, not very intense, but south of that, that's where we have another intense storm. And Shalon, you're asking how often does the radar update? These are frames every, we're looking at about every, 3 to 5 minutes here. Usually that's the refresh rate in terms of those frames. So that's kind of what you're seeing in terms of how often that updates. And a lot of questions here about different places, but this is the radar. I mean, if you don't know where you are on the map, I can't call out every city and town here, but it's very helpful on this coverage to know where you are on a map. So try to figure that out, and then you can see where those storms are in our particular area. So that's geography is very, very important with these weather reports, because, and of course Uber Eats is emailing me here. Probably heard me talking about food. So if you don't know where you are on a map, that's a quick primer you want to make sure you take care of, because on South Metro Weather, we're always looking at these maps, right? That's an important part of all this coverage. This storm north of Gatesville, just south of Whitney here. This storm here, we do need to watch that. It's not severe warned, not tornado warned at this time, but we will be watching that. This is the tornado warned storm moving into Southern Hill County. So let's zoom in back on that one. Let's take each storm one at a time. You have this almost dragon-shaped storm here in southern Ellis County. That's going to continue to move on to the northeast here. This is not severe warned, but it may have some small hail, frequent lightning, heavy rain there. So that is going to be what we're looking at right there. And Braley, you're asking if I can talk about Kansas City. Just a little outside my coverage area. I cover north central Texas between Dallas and Waco. So that's going to be a little bit farther out from my coverage area there. We'll zoom in on this storm. This is our tornado warned storm. We have seen these storms kind of cycle up and cycle down there. So this is the storm that we've been keeping an eye on. This one has had tornado warnings on it for quite some time here. Quite some time. And then we go farther to the southwest. This is the next big storm we have south of Clifton, really moving into Clifton right now. And then Gatesville there. So that's going to be that next storm that we're watching very closely. And so that's what we're watching in terms of really where that next storm is. And then near Walnut Springs here in Bosque County, another storm developing there. We'll see if that one continues to ramp up or not, or what the case might be there. So Whitney, you're going to have this storm moving in fairly soon. Parts of McLennan County there, McLennan County, Hill County for this next storm, but our tornado warning does continue, and I believe that continues for about another 25 minutes here. Yeah, so about another 25 minutes for this tornado warning, and then we'll continue to see that move to the northeast. That storm has struggled to keep some shape here, struggled to keep some of its shape there, its structure. So that may be an indication that maybe we're maybe that's why we haven't heard of a confirmed tornado up to this point. We've had multiple reports and rumors. I know one other channel is saying they have a confirmed tornado, but until we've seen it, we're not really sure. Now, I will say we're getting a... okay, so China Spring, Texas, getting a view of a funnel cloud there. Can't tell if that's on the ground or not. Okay, so China Springs area. Multiple views of a possible tornado there. Again, I can't tell if that's on the ground. So yeah, west of Waco, yeah, that looks like that's on the ground. So it looks like okay, now I'm able to see visual. That's what I needed. Visual looks like we do have some visual confirmation of a tornado that was on the ground west of Waco. So, so Eric, I haven't been able to look at any messages yet. So I apologize if you sent me a message and I haven't been able to look at those. Okay, yeah, now I'm getting a lot of pictures. So I apologize, folks. I haven't been able to check those. But I do see a lot of those. Messages coming in now. I apologize, and Matt had to step away to take care of something. So yeah, just now seeing a lot of those messages. So again, I apologize for not seeing those messages before, but I do see those pictures now. So it does look like this storm has produced at least one tornado. It continues to be tornado warned, and this is moving into Hill County now. So let's get another view here, and the closer it gets to the radar, the better view we're going to get. And now I want to show you a couple of things here. This is west. This is that couplet. Here's that very well-defined rotation that's moving into southern Hill County now. And I want to point to you now in the Crawford area. Looks like we have some pretty well-defined rotation there. And so now we will be watching to see if that gets a tornado warning as well. So there could be a tornado warning for parts of McLennan County there near Crawford. Again, this will be the second one we've had. And yeah, lots of pictures coming in. I appreciate all of that. Again, I apologize. I was just now able to check that here. And yeah, so lots of messages. And so Eric with Texas Metroplex, I appreciate you sending me that picture. And that was the one. So it does look like western McLennan County did have a tornado touchdown. I don't know how long. I don't know any other details. Yeah, so KWTX News, that's probably the news media report we got. So a touchdown in the China Spring area. So that's what we have confirmation of right now. But we don't have confirmation at this point of a tornado at this time, right at this moment. So near the west area, that's where we have this rotation right now. And so that's continuing to move towards Penelope, Malone, Hubbard, Abbott here. This is where we need to be watching very, very closely. This storm has produced, we have confirmation now, has produced one tornado already, and we will need to continue to monitor this as this moves on to the east. This storm has a I'm getting all kinds of tied up here, has a history of producing tornadoes. So we will be watching that storm here. That tornado warning goes for about another 20 minutes here. Here's that update. So that rotation now moving right into the Penelope, Malone, Bynum area, right in between all of those. This is that hook echo. This is where that rotation continues here. So that's going to continue on. Here's Navarro County, Dawson, Blooming Grove, Frost. We will continue to monitor that as that moves that direction. This storm has been tornado warned for quite some time, and I do expect we could see a tornado warning for northern McLennan County, northwestern McLennan County here north of Crawford, because we've seen signs of rotation with that storm too. Very intense storm there, so I won't be surprised at all if we get at least a severe thunderstorm warning with that one. They may be haggling over what kind of warning to issue there, but they'll continue to monitor that. We'll continue to monitor that too as that moves on. And this other storm in Ellis County here, yeah, that's moving northeast here. So continuing in Ennis, continuing in Bardwell, you're starting to clear out in the Italy-Milford area. Of course, in Milford, you're seeing that storm just to your south, but the Ennis area, that will continue to move through, and then that will move on to the east. And then southern Hill County here, south of Hillsboro, that's where we have that rotation. And then back to the west, a monster of a storm moving through northern Hill County, southern Bosque County, and then near Walnut Springs there, that next storm. So this is what we have going on right now. I want to make sure, again, you share this stream. Tag folks if you need to. Get people alert of what is going on. And we're going to zoom back in on this tornado warned storm, really both of these, because if you're in Gulson, you are not done yet. Just because the storm moved out, you have a new storm moving in. This one does show signs of rotation. So I'm not seeing reports of a tornado warning with that one yet, but I do expect that could be happening any minute now. If there's not a tornado warning, I imagine we'll probably see at least a severe thunderstorm warning with that storm. I'm not entirely sure why that hasn't happened yet. The National Weather Service has the reasoning, I'm sure. But we do see signs of rotation with that storm. That's west of Gulson. So if you're in the Gulson area, you are not done. And it may be that they're just kind of letting this one stay. Well, okay, never mind. Never mind. They've cut that one back here to where Gulson is no longer included in this tornado warning. I won't be surprised, folks, if they warn this storm and they cleared out the old warning and make way for a new one. So just understand that I'm sure the wheels are turning at the National Weather Service when it comes to this storm. We'll see what they do. But from west over to Hubbard, Penelope is in here. Let's get zoomed in again on this storm. That rotation continuing near Penelope, moving towards Malone and Bynum. Looks like it will stay probably north of Hubbard at this point, but this is where you have that rotation. This is going to probably stay south of Ellis County at least for a while. We'll see what it does as it moves into Navarro County here, whether that wants to creep northward and possibly hit southern parts of Ellis County. But for right now, the threat is in southern Hill County at this point. So that's what we're watching here. That's where we need to be the most concerned. I'm going to check, so I got a lot of messages coming in. I'm going to try to check those. Lots of hopefully confirmation of some things going on. This is the benefit of daytime storms, is that we can see when things are happening. We get a better opportunity to get those reports from storm spotters and from photographers and those kind of things. I never want you to take a picture of a storm if it's not safe to do so. That's really the key here. You want to make sure you're safe if you're taking pictures of these storms. Let's take another look at the velocity view here. Hopefully there we go. So we have, okay. Well, I'm very concerned about this right now because you see outside of west, look at this couplet. Just look at that very tight rotation north of Leroy, east of west there. That's fun to say. Right there, that's where we're looking at possibly very intense rotation right now, very tight rotation. And that's where we're going to be seeing, if there is a tornado on the ground or one forming, that's where it's going to be. So north of Leroy, headed towards Penelope, towards Hubbard, towards Malone. These are the areas. That's your rotation. That's where you need to be watching. Again, make sure you're sharing this stream and tagging folks that are in that area so that they can stay clued in. This will be moving. This is a small part of Hill County. This will be moving to Navarro County here. And so we will continue to monitor that. Now, hearing the sun is out in Rager Springs, so that's adding heating. That's destabilizing the atmosphere further. Not a good sign for that area. That means more intense storms are possible. Hearing that there's a Dallas report, Dallas media source reporting a tornado on the ground. We'll continue to see if I can find. Okay, so confirmation here. Looks like I'm looking at a large, what could be a large tornado on the ground north of Tours. We're getting video report here, video confirmation of that, of a tornado on the ground near Tours, north of Tours here. So north of Tours, south of Cottonwood, this area. So we do have video report of a tornado in that area right now. So tornado, possible, likely tornado on the ground there. Let me zoom this out a little bit. Confirmation of a tornado here on the ground with this storm. And that's what I was seeing there with that very tight circulation. So that is moving towards Penelope here, towards Malone, towards the Hubbard area. You need to be taking shelter at this moment A possible tornado, it could be a large tornado on the ground here, just judging by what I was seeing there. Could very well be a dangerous tornado on the ground. And I'm continuing to watch this as it moves towards Malone. There's my good friend Ethan Williams there. You're in Gulson, it missed you, but you need to be watching the storm behind it, and we'll get to that in just a moment here. Definitely not a time to let down your guard. But we have a confirmed tornado right now moving towards the Penelope area, moving towards the Malone area. This is that tornado warning. This is why it's in place. Most of this rotation has been radar indicated, but we do now have that confirmation of that tornado. It was north of the Tours area, so if that continues, that's going to be in this storm, in this warning now, moving towards Penelope and towards Malone. You can kind of see carved out here where you can see a pretty good indicator of that rotation. I want to check one thing here. And I don't know how updated that is. That's pretty well updated. So let me just look at something here. Okay, yeah, so we're looking at correlation. I want to show you something. Correlation coefficient. This is where we can see the difference between downward motion and upward motion in the atmosphere. If you look at this west of Penelope, that's where you're going to be where you have your tornado. You see this disruption here? That is upward motion. That's going to be a debris signature that we're looking at here. So west of Penelope, we can see what looks like a debris indication here, a debris signature here. That's where you're seeing that tornado loft, creating that suction from the ground, lofting that debris upward. So that is a pretty good indication just from radar alone that we are looking at a tornado west of Penelope. It will be headed that direction. So if you are in Penelope right now, you need to be taking shelter immediately. We go back to the velocity view. I know I'm bouncing around here, but I'm just trying to show you what it is we're seeing. That's what we see here. That's what we are watching. This is where, again, velocity is corroborating this. Very tight circulation there, likely a tornado involved in that area right now. And I want to see if I can move this over and show that to you. No, I can't. But yeah, very clear tornado on the ground north of Tours there, but that is this storm. That's this storm. That's where we see this very tight circulation. So moving towards, yeah, so an observed tornado in southern Hill County near Penelope. That's where you need to be taking shelter immediately. This is the part of that storm where you can see the pink and the red here. This is where that tornado is ongoing. So that's going to continue to move into the Penelope area. So let's go back to that correlation coefficient where we can look at here. Here's where we have, again, that disruption here where you see this is all moving downward. This is all moving down. But you see this right here. This is upward motion in the atmosphere, meaning that's going to be our debris signature. That's where we're looking at upward motion of debris, of different things in the air, because we have that rotating updraft that is that tornado. And we've seen videos of that. We've seen, you know, quite a bit of confirmation of it. Let me see if I can, so that's the earlier video here. Yeah, so that is an observed tornado and looks, wow. Yeah, looks like that could very well be a violent tornado just moving into the Penelope area. So if you're in Penelope right now, you have got to be taking shelter right now in this area. This is southern Hill County. You see west here and Abbott. This is where you have that confirmed tornado on the ground at this moment. That will be moving towards the Malone area, towards the Hubbard area. So that's going to be moving northeast. That's what we need to be watching here. That will be moving towards Navarro County. Let me get it a little bit broader here so you can kind of get a scope of things. This is where Penelope is. This is Blooming Grove and Dawson. And so that's where you need to be watching very closely. And I want to see if I can show you that, see if I can show you that video here. Because I want you to understand. Let's see if I can get this to. Okay, so here you can see that. Let me get this on the right side of the screen. Oh, it doesn't want to cooperate. Of course it doesn't. Well, here's that video north of Tours. This is the tornado that we have seen on the ground. This is reported. Looks like this is on Twitter here. I know North Texas Storm Chasers, you can see the username there, but this is the tornado that we saw just north of Tours. Could be the tornado. You see it's a fairly large one, fairly intense tornado. You can see the debris field here. We've talked about that, the debris being lofted into the air. So that is what we are seeing in that storm at this moment. So that's why you need to be taking this very, very seriously. Very possibly a dangerous tornado on the ground, going to be right around that Penelope area. You can see this kind of clear slot here could very well be our tornado. Let's get right back into the correlation coefficient because I want to show that to you again. This is where you can see where you have that growing area now. This is getting bigger. Let me show you the loop here. This is where we're seeing, you can see it's growing here. This is your tornado. This is your debris signature, okay? This is Southern Hill County. This is where you can see that debris signature, that tornado going to continue on to the northeast. So you need to be watching this. You need to be taking shelter in the Penelope area because there is a confirmed tornado on the ground headed your way right now. New storm near Mount Calm. We don't have any warnings on that right now, but we do have that tornado warning for this storm in Southern Hill County. That is where we are watching this. Let's get back to velocity here and look at a couple of things. Very clear circulation here, very tight, very clear couplet. So that rotation is definitely intense, definitely could facilitate a tornado. We of course have that confirmation now. And then west of Gulson, looks like a little less organized, but possibly some increasing wind speeds. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We do have that continued tornado warning here, so let's get into this. This is in Navarro County now, so Dawson, Blooming Grove, that area. This is in that new tornado warning. As this continues to move on to the east, we have that confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Southern Hill County. That's going to continue to move in. And I would do a track here, but with this program, it's kind of distracting to do that, and I want to make sure that we're just staying focused here. That tornado is on the ground near Penelope right now. We have that confirmation. At the moment, I will say that we probably don't... Let me just get this Twitter feed up here, because that's where we've seen most of the videos and that kind of thing. But Western... Okay. Let me just do one thing really quickly because I want to make sure that we're showing you this. Here's that tornado. Here's the report, the picture of a possible tornado, really confirmed tornado at this point, on the ground. This says it's very close to the ground, but between Leroy and Penelope. We've seen that signature, that confirmation of a tornado on the ground there. So it's hard to see it on the ground, but we have seen that debris cloud. So unless this has lofted and lifted up again, we continue to see that tornado on the ground there. Now this is between Leroy and Penelope along 308 in southeast Hill County. So that's what we're watching there. We'll continue to bring those pictures to you as we get them, as we see them. This is all coming from I'm sorry, Matt, what was that? You're cutting out. All right, so we've got, I'm hearing we have video now of that Penelope tornado. Let's try to get that up here. Sociological studies have proven that when you talking about the tornado on the air can be one thing, but when you actually get reports of that, it's a totally other deal. Okay, I see that video. That's okay. Yeah, that's hard to see that. So I don't know if I'll necessarily pull that up because it's going to take a lot of work, and I want to make sure we stay focused here. Okay, not really seeing anything new at the moment, but we will of course bring that to you. But you can see right over Penelope, you see on radar, you see that clear spot. That's where you have reduced rain cover, rain going downwards because it's all moving upward. And so let's get back to that correlation coefficient because we have seen that debris signature there. Okay, right here near Penelope, we continue to see that debris signature at this moment. And this is an area where all this kind of red and pink and gray, all of that is downward moving rain. Where you see the contrast is where it's moving upward. And on the radar, it looks like there's still rain in that area, but that's where you can see the tornado. That is radar indication of a tornado on the ground, because we're able to see where the debris is moving upward on this radar model. So right over Penelope right now is a dangerous tornado. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's going to be moving into parts of Navarro County here very soon. If you're in Penelope, you're in Malone, you're in Frost and Blooming Grove and Berry and Dawson, anywhere in this path, you need to be taking shelter right now at this time. And in fact, I'm going to share the stream here and make sure that folks are aware of what's happening here. If the phone will let me. The phone's blowing up right now. Let me get this shared here on the page again. And I apologize, I'm trying to get this shared again because I want to detail what's happening here. All right, let's get this shared. All right, I want to make sure that we just get this fresh in the timelines here on Facebook. So that's where you can see this, and it looks like maybe we're seeing that dissipate a little bit. Really hoping we are. So we'll continue to see this. That's where you can see the track of this tornado. Really, it looks like it could be kind of falling apart a little bit here east of Penelope. That's what I'm hoping is the case here, but you can see very clear debris signature moving right through Penelope there. But this tornado could still be on the ground. So in Malone, you need to be taking shelter there. Down towards Hubbard, looks like it will move north of you, but take shelter just as a precaution. And moving into Navarro County here very soon. That's Navarro Mills Lake there, Dawson, Frost and Blooming Grove. This is the warning. A lot of this is going to be rural area, but there is a lake there. That's Navarro Mills. If you're on Navarro Mills Lake, you have to be taking shelter at this time if you live near there. So that's what we're watching. And I know there's a lot of questions about other places coming up, but we'll do a quick check of the velocity here. Still very tight, very active rotation in the Penelope area moving towards Malone. So that's going to continue to move on to the northeast. This is where you have to be taking shelter right now at this moment. I will say west of Gulson, not near as much confirmation of rotation, but looks like we have increased winds there with that storm, so you want to be taking care of that. Thank you, Derek, for the Cash App donation. That is greatly appreciated. So this is where we have our storms right now. This is your tornado warned storm. You can pretty well see the tornado there, I feel like, in the southern part of that storm. We've seen the debris signature here as well. Just more indication that we have more of that lofting of the debris into the air there. A very intense storm going from Bosque County into parts of Hill County, and then we are watching west of Gulson to see if there's more rotation trying to develop there. It does look like we can keep, we're continuing to watch, so see more rotation possibly trying to develop there. So this is going to continue to move on to the east. Give me just one moment here. Let me check into another source of information. Okay. All right, so here's that storm. Here's that tornado warned storm. We've had confirmation of that tornado on the ground that is near the Penelope area, now moving east of Penelope. So let's get zoomed in here. That's just south of Malone. If you're in Malone right now, you have to be taking shelter. Towards Pelham, you want to be taking shelter there. Again, this is Navarro Mills Lake. Take shelter where we have that confirmed tornado on the ground right now in southern southeast Hill County, moving into far western Navarro County right now. That's where we have that moving through. As we zoom this out here, I want to mention just a couple of things. Let's get a broad view. Here's that tornado on the ground near just east of Penelope here, moving into eastern Navarro County. We have other storms here. We have a large storm from Whitney down towards McLennan County here. So that storm, not severe warning at this time, very frequent lightning. We're watching to see if we have rotation trying to develop on that storm, but very, very strong storm there. Frequent lightning, could be some small hail there as well. A few storms in northern Bosque County there, northern Hill County, southern Johnson. Not a whole lot happening with these at this point. Not really much happening. And clouds thinning out in Waxahachie right now. I can see through the window, but more storms in the kind of the Mount Calm Hubbard area down here. Not really much to that, but we need to zoom back in on where we have this confirmed tornado right now. If it's still on the ground, and it looks like it probably is, this is south of Malone. That's where you have your tornado. This is your circulation. That's going to continue to move right towards Navarro Mills Lake. And looks like that will stay north of Hubbard, probably staying north of Dawson, but you are in that warning box, and so you want to take that very, very seriously. Let's get back to correlation coefficient. Again, this is where we can see. All right, yeah, we can still see a bit of a damage, a debris signature here. Again, the contrast is this is all rain. This is all downward movement in the atmosphere. But right here, you can see the contrast. That's upward motion. And so if we have a tornado still on the ground, it's going to be right in this area where you can see upward motion. And south of there in Hubbard, I don't think this is anything. This is much more organized here. And it does look like this is kind of cycling on and off here. So that tornado hopefully is maybe sputtering out there. But if you're in Pelham, Emmett, Spring Hill, Navarro Mills, Dawson, any of these areas, you need to be taking shelter right now. In Irene as well. This is southeastern Hill County. This is far western Navarro County right now. This is where the tornado warning is active. That is where you need to be taking shelter at this time. We have confirmation of that tornado. We have shown the pictures and the videos already here. Thank you to Carol for your donation. That is greatly appreciated here. And Derek, I think Derek, we mentioned you. Thank you so much for your donation. But we continue to see confirmation of a tornado likely on the ground. I mean, we have seen already the pictures, the videos, and again, judging by... All right, so here's another good... Let's get another view of this. So this is that tornado. I'm not sure exactly how long ago this was, but I want to show you this. This is that same storm. Looks like this was earlier. This is the tornado that storm produced, and you can see that debris field right here. Looks like this is a video from the Penelope area. This is your wall cloud, very quickly rotating, very clearly rotating here, and then a very clear tornado that is on the ground, that is lofting up debris. So in that area, we have that visual confirmation of that tornado. We've confirmed that with radar as well. We have really all the signs we need. And Texas WX there, Lone Star State WX, appreciate you for posting that on X there. Let's get back over to the radar. And again, this is going to be this area. This is where we have that likely tornado still on the ground here, moving northeast. So that's going to be moving towards Pelham, towards Emmett, towards Navarro Mills Lake, towards Spring Hill. Looks like that will probably stay north of Dawson, but I would take shelter there anyway, just in case there's a change there in the track of this storm. That will continue on to the east here. So you want to be paying very, very close attention to this as this continues to move on to the east. We'll put this into motion so you can kind of see. Let me get this moved around here. Put this into motion, you can see where that's going. And wow, look at that. You can almost see it spinning there, right there. That's your clear slot. That's your spot. That's where your tornado is going to be. Pretty good indication even on reflectivity here. Man, oh man. So this is Malone. This is where your tornado is likely on the ground. I mean, you can almost see that spinning, just that spot right there. That's where you have your tornado. Moving right over into Navarro County here. And we just had a new warning pop up, so let's get to that here. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Bosque and Hill counties. That's for this storm. So no confirmation of rotation with that storm at this point, but a severe thunderstorm warning issued. We got a couple of those here. Really, it kind of looks like it's split almost. One just north of Whitney, probably some hail there, and then this very strong storm here. So that is what we're seeing in this area. Now again, southeastern Hill County moving into western Navarro County, right towards Navarro Mills Lake. That's where we have this tornado. I'm fairly certain that is still on the ground at this point. And let me just bring back, okay, I'm going to bring back the Twitter feed here so I can monitor that. We'll see if we get any other confirmation of what's going on. Okay, yeah, it's showing other areas right now, but we'll continue to monitor that. But this is where you see that, and you can, I mean, very, very clear indication of where that strong rotation is, where that likely tornado is. I mean, you can see just on the radar, that's very, very clear. So I want to make sure you understand this is clearly a very dangerous situation here. Here's your circulation, that very tight circulation there where that tornado is still likely occurring. And we'll get back to the correlation coefficient. And it's not as clear as it was, but this is an older image. This is this is several minutes old. So we should get an update here any moment now. And I expect it to probably be more clear. And the thing is, we're looking quite a bit, pretty high in the atmosphere once we get to this distance from the radar. So that's saying that this is a very strong tornado that is lofting that debris fairly high in the atmosphere. So again, if you're just now joining in, this is our correlation coefficient radar. This is where the brown and the red and the pink here, this is all moving down. That's all rain moving downward through the atmosphere. But where you have this, where you have the greens and the blues, and you kind of have that organized, and less organized here than it was, and we'll see if that updates here in just a few seconds. That's where you can see the upward motion of the debris in the tornado, the upward motion of the air, where that tornado is indicated. So we've had pictures, we've had video, we've had spotters confirm that, news media report that, and we had that confirmation by radar just a few minutes ago, and we have been tracking that. So again, this is southeastern, far southeastern Hill County. This is just about to move into Navarro County. We have Navarro Mills Lake right there, just to give you reference, and that's where this possibly confirmed, possibly still on the ground tornado. I don't have confirmation right at this moment that it's still there, but I'm waiting for this to update. We have not seen an update on this yet, and it's quite overdue, so I'm not sure what's happening there. This is a more updated image. This is the reflectivity, and you can see very clearly where that circulation, that tornado that's very likely still on the ground is right now. Let me see if maybe we can jog that update loose. Okay, here it is. So yeah, you can still see that smaller area now. I'm not really sure what we're seeing north near Frost. And that's going to be on the back side of this storm. So I'm not really sure what we're seeing there, but I don't think that we are, we're not looking at rotation there. So I'm not sure what the correlation coefficient is showing there, but this is where your tornado is. You can see the very clear rotation there moving into, all right, we'll check south of Whitney here in just a moment here, but this is Navarro County. This is Navarro Mills Lake, south of Frost, north of Dawson. This is where we've had that confirmed tornado. Now, I'm being advised that we may want to check, okay, we've got a new area of rotation here. This looks a little more broad, but this is north of Gulson, south of Whitney. This is parts of far southern Hill County, far northern McLennan County. But more rotation here, that looks a little more broad. So we'll continue to watch that here. But this is where we have that confirmed tornado. This is where you need to be taking shelter immediately. Let me get more of these communities up here. We'll get the reflectivity back up here in Pelham, Emmett, Raleigh, Dresden, Navarro Mills, Spring Hill. All of those areas need to be taking shelter immediately, right here, right now. We've had a confirmed tornado on the ground for quite some time here, assuming it's still on the ground, fairly sure that it is. But hearing that we're going back maybe to the radar indicated warning here, but we're going to continue to monitor that. And we do need to pull this back a little bit and show all of our area, because I want to make sure that all of our communities are seeing this. We're watching rotation west of the west area here, north of Gulson, south of Whitney. This storm here could see a tornado warning coming out of that storm very soon. Northern Hillsborough, Northern Hill County here, going into Bosque County, another strong storm, severe warning storm, hail and winds are going to be the main concern there. South of Cleburne, we have this storm not really doing much, and then of course this one moving out of our area to the east, and this is the storm that we have been watching. This is where we've had that confirmed tornado, now moving into western Navarro County. So yeah, you see the circulation here moving into western Navarro County. And again, I want to make sure that we zoom in and get these smaller communities right in the Pelham area right now. That's where that tornado is right now. So Emmett, Brushy Prairie, Raleigh, Silver City, Navarro Mills, Spring Hill. This whole area, you need to be taking shelter right this minute, because we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. A lot of people in Waxahachie asking if it's going to be in that area. This is south of Waxahachie. This is in Navarro County here, moving out of Hill County. Just to give, again, some reference, Waxahachie is right up here. This is well south of that area. So nothing happening in Ellis County at this point, other than, again, just this storm moving out. This is all Navarro County here. So Navarro County, we just had that storm across the county line in the Navarro County area right here, right near Pelham. That's where we have this circulation. And let's see if we got another update on that correlation coefficient. That's kind of our window here, and still seeing some indication that we could be looking at that circulation on the ground there. So not as clear as it was a moment ago, but the rotation is definitely clear here, just on the south side of Pelham. So that's where we're watching for the likelihood of a tornado in that area, just south of Pelham, again, moving towards Emmett, Brush Prairie, Spring Hill, Navarro Mills Lake. That's where we're watching this. That's going to be moving towards Navarro Mills Lake. You can see the rest of the warning here, and that continues to move on to the northeast. This is where we are watching this right now. Let's get back to the reflectivity radar here. So again, far western Navarro County, this is what we're watching. This is where we have that indication of, Tiffany asked if the storm is moving. And it's moving. It may not be moving as quickly as it seems like it would. If we can get an indication here, that storm is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So it's not moving too terribly quickly, but it is on the move here. So here's what we have. This is Navarro County. Here's Corsicana, Oak Valley, M House, Berry, and Blooming Grove. This is where that circulation is. This is far western Navarro County, just moving into Navarro County right now. That's where we have this confirmation. We've had multiple sources of confirmation of a tornado on the ground, and we'll continue to monitor this as this moves eastward. And so we will be watching to see if this continues its northeasterly track. Sometimes these storms will take a right turn at some point. Sometimes they'll take a left turn. We just have to watch and see. But anyone in this warning, from Dawson up to Blooming Grove to Berry near Oak Valley, if you're in this warning, you need to be taking shelter right now, because I mean, it could move anywhere in that area. That's why these warnings, I mean, you can see, how broad that is. But that's because the tornadoes, the storm, can go anywhere in here. So lots of questions about, folks in the chat, just keep telling the folks in Waxahachie this is not moving your way. A lot of people in Waxahachie jumping in and getting very concerned. This is well south of Waxahachie. This is Navarro County. I don't believe we have anything headed to Waxahachie at this moment. So the only concern here is Navarro County, but we are watching this. That's where your rotation is. That's where we've had this storm, is where we've had that confirmed tornado. Now, Matt, it sounds like you're kind of going in and out of Discord here. I'm not sure if maybe you have a... Okay, Okay, let's get back over to Hill County here, because it looks like we're going to be dealing with two areas of rotation. We are going to need a tornado warning for parts of Hill County here. I'm sure that's probably being crafted, but you can see this rotation continues to get intense here. So south of Whitney, let's get zoomed in on this new one. Here we go again, near Lebanon, Tyson, south of Aquila and Menlo. This is where we have increasing circulation here. So we need to definitely, hopefully the National Weather Service is watching that and will warn that very soon, because we have very clear rotation there. So that's far southern Hill County, Lebanon, Tyson, Aquila, right there. That is where we see this next bout of rotation going to be moving towards Menlo. There's the tornado warning. Thank you, National Weather Service. Working hard today, and they're doing their best to cover our area. They deserve a gold medal today. Vaughn, Chat, Abbott, all of this area, that is where we have this new tornado warning, this new circulation, and at this point that is radar indicated. So here's our two circulations here, folks. We've got two at the same time. I'm not sure that's ever happened in the history of South Metro weather here, but this is western Navarro County, and then far southwestern Hill County. We have a new one headed here. This one we may have to watch for other parts of our area, far northern parts of our area, as this continues to move on to the northeast. Again, it's hard to know exactly which way those will go, but let's go ahead and get the regular reflectivity. Let's get a broad view. I want you to understand where these are and where these are headed. So for this first storm, okay, good news, I think, here in Navarro County. We're watching this storm. It looks like we have this new storm lifting northward. That, I think, is likely to probably get, I think that's likely to choke off that circulation. So that little storm moving northward, I think that's going to do you some favors over there in far western Navarro County. I don't think you're done at this point. We still have that rotation, but it does seem to be weakening here. So I think that this one may get rain wrapped. I think it may get choked off a little bit. And so I think in western Navarro County, you're getting a little bit of an assist from that southerly storm that will probably choke off that circulation and should at least give you a break. We'll see if that cycles up again. But if you still need to be taking shelter in the Navarro Mills area. Let's get back over towards, you got Emmett, Raleigh, Dresden, Blooming Grove. Those areas you still need to be taking shelter. We still have enough circulation going on in that area. And then again, that's far western Navarro County. But we have this new tornado warning here that has just been issued in southern parts of Hill County. I'm increasingly concerned here. Very intense rotation, southern Hill County. You can see that Hillsborough is in that warning. Abbott, Bynum, Malone. This is southern and central and really parts of eastern Hill County here. It's a broad warning. And these storms have been in this area. These storms have been rocking and rolling today. So here's the one that we've been watching. Here's that new warning. That will continue to move on towards the Hillsborough area. If you're in Hillsborough right now, you do need to be taking shelter. Parts of western Navarro County, southern Ellis County need to be watching this storm as that continues to move on to the northeast. And sirens in Blooming Grove, you are included in that tornado warning. So they're going to be warning you about that. Thank you so much, Eric, for your donation through Venmo there. So just to give you more perspective here, a wide view, because I know that there's a lot of people probably tuning in new here. This is your tornado warning in western Navarro County. Looks like that southerly storm, I won't be surprised if maybe that chokes off that circulation. You may be getting a lot of help from that southerly storm that just moved up from the Hubbard area. That might help to kind of choke off that circulation, at least temporarily. But this is where we have that new circulation near west. So that's going to continue to move on to the northeast as well. So we will be watching that here. And if you're in Corsicana, I just got a question about that. If you're in the Corsicana area, I will say that the warning does not include you yet. We will see if they issue another warning here, because I believe that one will be going out in about another 9 minutes. But this is your circulation. Still well-defined circulation here. It is holding on. It doesn't look quite as organized as it was, but it's going to continue to move on towards Blooming Grove and Berry there. So we will continue to monitor that as that goes. And again, here's your smaller communities. Brushy Prairie, it's right in your area. Raleigh, Dresden, Blooming Grove. These are the areas, Berry, Crier Creek here, these are the areas, those communities that need to be taking shelter right now because you have that circulation in your area. This is the velocity view here. This is showing wind speed and direction. In Aquila, let's see, that's Menlo there. There's a lightning strike covering the N. Menlo, Vaughn, Chat, Abbott. These areas in Bynum, you need to be taking shelter right now in southern Hill County. That's where we have that other circulation. And if we look at that, you can see that that's very clearly, very quickly ramping up. So that area, you'd have a tornado warning there now as well. Let's go back to this reflectivity here. And again, you can see that clear rotation right there west of Abbott. Okay, it's going to be moving towards Abbott, Bynum, possibly towards the Hillsboro area too. So if you're in Hillsboro, Carl's Corner, Malone, all of this area, if you're in that warning, you need to be taking shelter right now. We could very well have a developing tornado at this time, and we've been, let me move this a little further over, we've been watching this rotation south of Blooming Grove. So that's the continued rotation there in that area, watching to see if maybe that will weaken a little bit with this southerly storm moving in. Hopefully that can kind of cut it off. No warnings in Ellis County at this time. All the warnings are in Hill and Navarro counties at this point. Those are the areas that we are watching for. And I will say too that area-wide we have breezy, sometimes gusty winds. And so if you have strong winds, that doesn't necessarily mean anything in particular. Let me check in with somebody. Okay. Checking in with someone that's in that area, see if they're seeing anything. Yeah, so it looks like in the Navarro County storm, yeah, it looks like that's losing structure pretty quickly. So we'll monitor that and see what that does. Let's get a update here. Lots of folks asking over and over about Waxahachie. We will get to Waxahachie here in just a few moments. I mean, nothing in the Waxahachie area right now. So this is kind of one of those situations where if I'm not talking about your town, no news is good news. But here's that circulation we had. I'm waiting to see if this is going to update. We should get an update here. Thank you so much, Rachel, for your donation there. We should get an update on this very soon. And I'm curious to see if that circulation is still going on, because it looks like that could be quickly collapsing with that southerly storm from the Hubbard area having moved in. So this is the tornado warning that continues. It's quite small now. It's moving towards the end of that. I haven't seen a new warning issued yet, but I want to see what this update has for this particular area, because that's the circulation. But that storm that moved north out of Hubbard and moved into that area looks like it pretty well took out that hook echo. But again, it's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at. And we'll get back west to Hillsboro here in just a moment. And yeah, the Hill County storm probably seeing some hail, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But I do want to see if we get an update here. We should get one any moment here. I'm very impatient with this stuff. But some of these updates have been taking a while here. I'm not sure if Radar Omega might just be running slow here. Really bad timing for it, but that's a possibility. Back here in Hill County, we'll just talk about this for a second, wait for that update. This is where we're seeing that new rotation that has this new tornado warning. You can see the blinking box here. That is that tornado warning for the Hill County area. That's what we're seeing. And so that's that very clear rotation headed towards Abbott, Bynum, could be headed towards the Hillsboro area. So as that continues on northeast, you do need to be taking shelter in Hillsboro right now. Because we could be looking at a very dangerous situation unfolding there. Carl's Corner, Bynum. We'll have to watch in the Milford, Italy, Mertens area here just outside of the warning. We'll watch to see if that continues. We've already had this storm in Navarro County that has gone quite a distance with that rotation being very persistent. We had the confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Hearing that there's sirens in the Frost area, that is good, because you do have that rotation in your area. It looks like it's staying south of you, but it is in your particular area. And I'm going to have to refresh this because we're not getting updates on the radar, and that's unacceptable. We need to be getting the latest information here. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Okay, so this is the latest update on this, and I will say again, that rotation here near Blooming Grove looks like that has lost a lot of its structure, whereas you can see here west of Abbott, very clear definition of that rotation in that area. So let's see if maybe we have something new on the radar. Yeah, so we've got that update here as of just a few minutes ago. Continued rotation in Navarro County. So we're not done yet. We're not done there. And it looks like that's going to hold on. So I want to make sure that you understand. I'm sorry, Matt, give me that again. Okay, so Navarro County just went to an observed tornado, channel 11, saying that Navarro County Emergency Management spotted that. So thank you so much to the Navarro County Emergency Management team. Sounds like they see a tornado. So it sounds like we're still going, folks. I was hoping we had some help here, but observed tornado in western Navarro County. This is a very busy day. We kind of anticipated that. We were hoping that would not be the case, but it is the case today. So here's that storm. We have an observed tornado, a confirmed tornado on the ground in western Navarro County. This is west of Corsicana here. I'm expecting a new warning that will include parts of central Navarro County, may go into southern Ellis County here. So we'll see that new warning come up here any moment. This is the other warning that we have in southern Hill County. We need to watch this storm west of Itasca here. We need to keep an eye on that too. No indications of rotation there in that storm west of Itasca. So that is a good thing. Hopefully that trend continues. It may be that one's behind these storms, but we have those little indications of possible hooks here. So we'll have to watch that storm and just keep an eye on that as well. But this is what we're watching. Confirmed tornado in Navarro County, south of Blooming Grove, really in the Blooming Grove area. So let's zoom in on that very quickly. Let's get over to correlation coefficient, and you can see it right there. That's that tornado on the ground south of Blooming Grove. Let's get a little bit closer here. Yeah, so right around the Raleigh area, near Dresden. That's going to be moving in, and we should get a new warning here any minute now. I would say in Blooming Grove, Crier Creek, Berry, Dresden, Silver City, even Corbett. Get into shelter immediately here. So here's that where we can see that is that debris circulation, or that debris signature here. That's where your tornado is on the ground. That will be heading towards the Corsicana area eventually as it goes. And so that's, yeah, so Navarro County Emergency Management tornado is set near the Dresden area. So that's where you're seeing that. That's where you can see that debris signature here. Let's get back over to Hill County. Looks like we could be looking at a debris signature as well on this storm west of Abbott. I have not heard confirmation of that yet, but looking at not only velocity, very tight circulation there. At least that's what it looks like to me, because we have that kind of pulling in here, and then you see the outflow there. So could be looking at that very tight circulation. And then again, we'll go back to this correlation coefficient. And what I want to show you is we could be looking at, it looks like there's some distortion there, so not sure, but we could be looking at another debris signature there. What I'll show you again is all of this pink and kind of these violet colors here, kind of this gray. That is where you have downward motion. That's rain that is moving down in the atmosphere. Where you see the contrast here, that is moving up. That is where the tornado is lofting that debris. So I'm unsure about this west of Abbott. We could be looking at confirmation via radar of a tornado there, but that's less well defined as what we are seeing in Navarro County right now. So this is well defined circulation there in Navarro County. Here's Blooming Grove. It's going to be in the Raleigh and Dresden area. We have had a confirmed tornado in that particular area. So let's get back to our radar here. This is where that rotation is, right here. Let me back up a little bit. You can see Corsicana. It is west of Corsicana right now. Looks like it's going to be headed towards that area. So I'm waiting for a new warning to be issued here. They may be tracking movement to see exactly where to place and draw that, but that's what we're looking at this moment. Continue to back this off a little bit here, and this is what we have big picture. Johnson County, you have some heavy activity there. Doesn't look like that's severe warned at this time. We have 2 tornado warnings, one in Navarro County. I'm waiting for this new warning to be issued here. And then we have the warning in Southern Hill County. We have confirmation of a tornado on the ground in Navarro County right now. And we do not have confirmation right now of a tornado on the Hill County storm, although we've seen possible signs of it. And we're hearing reports that that there's a tornado in Frost. Frost, you're behind that circulation at this point. So Frost, you're not in the warning. Looks like you're not included in that. But yeah, so just south of Blooming Grove, and we're seeing maybe an incursion of that inflow. Pretty good indication of that circulation continuing here. So I was hoping that storm that was moving in from the south might have been an assist there, but it looks like that has not been the case. Let me take a drink of water before I collapse here. Best wife in the world. Thank you so much, Terry, for the help there. Okay, so here's that circulation, and it's about to be out of this warning, so they're going to have to issue a new warning here. This is heading towards Barry, just near Blooming Grove, and towards M House there, and towards Corsicana. I don't see a warning yet, but you need to be taking shelter in Barry, M House, Corsicana, Oak Valley. All of this area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. This is a tornado confirmation here. So a tornado confirmed on the ground that could be heading towards the Corsicana area. If you're in southern Ellis County, in Rice, Alma, Ennis area, be paying attention here. This could be moving that direction if it continues a northerly trend. The National Weather Service may be working on trying to figure out the best path of this. A new tornado warning, I think, will include parts of Ellis County. We're going to back off here. I want to wait for this new tornado warning to come out. I'm expecting that to be issued at any moment here. And if you see it before I do, let me know. But we should see a new tornado warning for that storm. Let's back off a little bit more. We still have the tornado warning in Hill County. I don't have confirmation yet of a tornado on the ground in southern Hill County, but well-defined rotation there south of Hillsboro, north of west. It's going to be in the Abbott area right now. That's going to continue to move on to the northeast too. If you're in southern Ellis County, you need to be watching right now. You need to be getting prepared for these storms because these are getting closer to that area right now. I'm concerned that this storm could take the same track and really move more towards the Blooming Grove area. Really, this circulation has kind of moved a little bit more north. And so southern Ellis County, again, that may be what the National Weather Service is working on right now, trying to pin down that tornado's track because we had that storm move northward, and I think that's kind of played with the track a little bit. So they're probably trying to nail down exactly how to warn this one. But I do think that the Ennis area, if it continues this northerly turn, that left turn, then Ennis will need to be paying attention to this. So if you're in the Ennis area, make sure that safe place in your house is ready to go. If you're at a school in Ennis, make sure you have that plan in place because we're waiting kind of to see how this thing is going to go. But it does definitely have a northerly trend to it that's more northerly than it was. It was moving a little more due east, kind of like the circulation in Hill County is, but that's now moving a little bit more northerly. So I am a little more concerned about the Rice-Alma area here. So that's what we're watching. And of course, we have this circulation south of Hillsboro, north of west in the Abbott area right now. That's going to continue on to the east too. So that's our 2 tornado warnings. We're waiting for the new tornado warning here for parts of Navarro and Ellis counties. Haven't seen it yet, but I'm assuming we've got that coming very soon. So here is that warning that is in Navarro County, expecting a new warning for parts of Ellis and Navarro counties. If you're in M House, Rice, it's looking like this will stay northwest of Corsicana right now. Looks like it will stay out of that area, but southern Ellis County, southeastern Ellis County, I'm more concerned about you now as this now looks to be kind of turning more northeast. So if you're in Bardwell, Ennis, Alma, Rice, M House, those areas, that's where I'm watching for this storm to be a little bit more directed right now. So no new warning yet. Waiting to see when that will be issued. But we have had confirmation of a tornado on the ground from this storm. And That's what we will be watching. So I'm just waiting for that new warning to be issued. Have not seen that yet. Looks like I gotta get caught up here. Thank you to Cody, Scott, and Kelly for your donations through the Cash App platform there. So let's get everybody clued in here. Here's what we're watching right now. 2 tornado warnings, Navarro County, Hill County, both possibly tornadic. We have had confirmation of a tornado on the ground south of Blooming Grove here. So just keep in mind that we have watched that rotation there. This has had multiple reports of tornadoes today. Waiting to see a new tornado warning issued that will probably include parts of Ellis County here in northern Navarro County. So watching to see that. West, we have again this storm in Hillsborough that has hail, has rotation and circulation. We have reports of outdoor warning sirens in Milford. You're just on the other side of that warning, and so they're probably letting you know that that storm may be headed that direction. And then in northern Hill County, we have more heavy activity. This is severe thunderstorm warning territory here. And then western Johnson County heading into the Venus, Midlothian, Maypearl area. So another strong storm there. Not tornado warning at this time. Here's that tornado warning. Bam. Thank you so much. Well, it was there. Come on, let there be light. Let's go with this, man. Not sure what's up with Radar Omega today, but man, this is not appropriate. Come on, guys. Here we go. Here's that new warning. Before it goes away again, Blooming Grove, Berry, M House, Rice, Ennis, Alma. This is the new tornado warning that has been issued. This is where we have that rotation. We've had confirmation of more than one tornado with this storm. That's where we see it going. I wouldn't be surprised here. Let's check velocity here. Yeah, still seeing that rotation near Berry. And I'm not entirely sure at this time if that circulation is it almost looks like it could be trying to weaken there. It's not as organized as it was. That's the good news, but we have, again, had confirmation of tornadoes on that. So moving towards M House, Rice, Alma, possibly towards the Ennis area, probably the southern part of Ennis there. That's where you need to be paying attention. So if you're in Ennis right now, take shelter immediately. If you're in Alma, Rice, M House, Bardwell, I would say you're just outside of the warning, but go ahead and take shelter now. We've had confirmation of tornadoes with this storm, so if you're just tuning in and you're in that area, make sure you take shelter if you are in this new tornado warning. I want to make sure that we talk about Hill County here. It looks like that circulation is tightening up. You look at that just north of Abbott, you can see the inflow and outflow, that tightening circulation. So that's going to be near Bynum, Mertens, Malone. That area, that's where we're watching this, and this could be moving in the same direction as where we had the other warning towards Mertens and Frost and possibly Milford there. So that's the Hill County warning. That's just been trimmed off a little bit to the west. So we'll continue to monitor that storm as well as that progresses. Those are the only 2 tornado warnings we have in the area right now. It is right now 1:55, so just getting into the 2 o'clock hour, and I know that we're getting into school dismissal time. If you're in a tornado warning, the schools will not release those kids. They're safer in the school than in the car with you, folks, so make sure that you're allowing the schools to keep these kids safe. This is that storm that we're watching right now. Southern Ellis County needs to be watching both of these storms. It looks like that rotation in Navarro County going to slide north of Corsicana. So that storm staying north of Corsicana right now. You're not in that warning, at least most of town, but that circulation is going to be moving more towards the Ennis, Alma, Rice, Bardwell area, right? So that's where we're watching this, towards M House as well up there. This is that new warning. This warning south of Hillsborough. That's the new warning. That's where we've seen that tightening circulation. That's going to be moving towards Blooming Grove, Frost, Milford area. So that's where you need to be watching that. It's south of Ellis County here. Bo Davis with the great recommendation there, saying that do not stop under overpasses. Asking about when it will be in the Ennis area, I would say you need to be careful of this in the next 20 to 30 minutes here in the Ennis area, if not sooner. That storm, let's get a view of that. That is moving about 30 miles per hour. So a damaging tornado is possible in that storm. And emergency management, of course, confirmed that flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roof windows and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So we have a confirmed tornado in this storm. And with that new warning, they are continuing to list that as an observed tornado. So you need to take that very, very seriously here in northern Navarro County, southern Ellis County. In the Ennis area, you need to be taking shelter right this moment. Continue to take shelter there and pay close attention to this. Another tornado warning here in southern Hill County. This is southeast of Hillsboro where we have that rotation. That will be moving towards parts of, I would say, northwestern Navarro County, southern Ellis County here. Milford, Italy, Abilene, that area. That's where you want to be watching for this next storm. I'm not, and a lot of questions about Italy, Milford. I will say that it depends on if this kind of takes more of a northerly track or tries to say another right turn. This storm we've seen take more of a northerly turn here, and so it really depends on how these storms go. Sometimes they take a right turn, which may take it farther to the south, or it may take a left turn and go farther to the north. So that's what we're watching here. So we'll take these storms one at a time. Here's the storm that's going to be moving into far northern, it's already in far northern Navarro County, into southern Ellis County here. This is that storm. Here's that new warning. Blooming Grove, Berry, M House, Rice, Alma, Ennis, Bardwell. That's the area that you need to be taking shelter right now. Looks like that will stay north of Corsicana proper here. So that's what we're seeing at this moment. So this is the tornado warning. You can see that blinking box here. If you're in that box or near it, take shelter immediately, right now at this moment. You need to be taking shelter in that box, and then we also go over to parts of Hill County here. We have another circulation. I've not seen confirmation of a tornado in that area. I've not seen confirmation of that yet, but we do still have strong circulation. Is that Hill County, Matt? Okay, Hill County, we are going now to an observed tornado. So we have confirmed tornado from emergency management in southern Hill County. So we have a confirmed tornado on both of these storms right now. So that is what we're seeing here. Both storms, confirmed tornadoes on the ground. This is go time, folks. You want to be taking shelter immediately. In the Milford, Italy areas, I would say go ahead and take shelter as a precaution. You're not in a warning right now at this moment, but I would say you need to be taking shelter and taking this seriously. There go the sirens in Ennis. Thank you so much, folks, for activating those. This is where we have that circulation in the Blooming Grove area moving towards Rice, towards Ennis, Alma, Bardwell, that area. So that's going to continue to track to the northeast. And again, in Hill County, southern Hill County, this is where you have that tornado warning. Should be getting a new warning fairly soon there as well. So let's go back to, let's look at a couple of things. Correlation coefficient here. I'm not seeing anything immediately telling on the correlation coefficient for either one. I'm not seeing anything immediately telling right now, so hopefully that means that we are maybe looking at that situation not being as intense as maybe it would otherwise would be. More intense rotation south of Bynum, north of Penelope, headed right towards Malone. That's where we have that circulation, and we are now in Hill County, far southern Hill County, looking at an observed tornado. That warning has been upgraded to an observed tornado. We've already had those reports for the storm near Berry moving towards M House of a confirmed tornado with that storm as well. I'm hearing that the Dome in Abilene has been opened, so that is a public storm shelter. If you need to take shelter in the Abilene area, the Dome is open. Sirens going off in Ennis right now, so we appreciate that you are included in that warning. So here's our two tornado warnings. You can see them blinking on the screen here. This one southeast of Hillsboro. Here's that rotation that we're watching. At the moment, it looks less organized, but we have kind of seen a little bit of distortion in that line with the radar. So the radar's right up here, just north of the banner here, and kind of in that line, we have kind of seen some distortion. So as that moves out, we may see a clearer picture of that circulation, but that has been changed into an observed tornado warning. That means that someone has seen and reported, someone that is trained has seen and reported that storm. We're hearing that's confirmed by emergency management. So here's the first tornado, here's the second one. Both of them, we have observed tornadoes with both of these storms. And getting a lot of pictures. I'm looking to see if we have anything visual in Ellis County, and not really seeing a whole lot of confirmation visibly. A lot of videos from Nebraska, not helping me much. So we'll just get back to radar and say that both of these warnings do list that we have observed tornadoes. That's what I'm trying to get out right now. So observed tornadoes in both of these storms right now. Get another, I gotta stay hydrated here. I'm gonna let it get away from me. All right, so here we go. Here's the first tornado warning. Here's the second one. Let me put on the, and I'm hearing that correlation coefficient might be showing something a little more clear here. Okay, yes, so now we have a little bit more of a clear indication. This is Crier Creek, this is M House. Here's that tornado. We can see that on the correlation coefficient now. Seeing a report of 18 wheelers overturned in Abbott, but I'm not, I haven't seen that personally, so I can't confirm that, but you can see on correlation coefficient. Let me walk you through this again. All of this is all rain. All rain, where you see the kind of the brown and the red here. That contrast there, that is upward motion in the atmosphere, okay? That is a debris signature. That is where you see the debris being lofted by the tornado moving upward. And so west of M House, this is where you can see probably the tornado on the ground. That seems fairly well clear. I'm hearing that Channel 11 is reporting 18 wheelers overturned near Abbott. Matt, if you can please look into that. That would be great, so we can try to get a picture of what's going on there. So that's the confirmed tornado now on radar here, pretty clear, in just southwest of M House. So if you're in M House, we have a tornado on the ground that is headed towards that area. Here's that warning. You can see the tornado here. That's going to be our best indication. That's going to continue to move northeastward, moving towards I-45. So from Ennis, Alma, Rice, that area, you have to be taking shelter right now, right this second. And Jonathan, we won't know any kind of ratings of tornadoes until after the fact. So that's just kind of how that works. Let's get another view of the velocity here. A little bit of an old image, but south of Bynum, north of Penelope, that's where we continue to see that circulation. We should get an update on that image very, very soon. Okay, and so just getting some more information here, but here's where we have that tornado near M House, and then that's a new image here, so near the Malone area, continued rotation there. That looks like maybe it's less organized, but we need to continue to watch that in Hill County, but again, I want to make sure that near M House, this is where we have that tornado on the ground. So near M House right now, that is where we have a tornado, and we're watching that. And we'll get to a broader view of Ellis and Johnson counties here in a moment, hearing that there's pea-sized hail in the Midlothian area. But here's where we have that tornado in Navarro County right now, moving right towards M House. So you need to be taking shelter right this moment. No confirmation. We have the warning has been listed as an observed tornado here. We don't see a new warning here, and it looks like the circulation in Hill County might be losing some of that organization, but that's moving towards Malone. You need to take shelter in the Malone area because we don't know for sure one way or the other. So we need to be paying attention to that very, very closely. So let's kind of go back and show a broader view of everything going on across our area. It's a busy afternoon in the Midlothian area. You do have a storm there that is not severe. That is bringing some heavy rain, lightning, thunder, small hail there, and then some other spattered activity here just kind of across the area, but the two areas we're watching very closely, you have the tornado warning here in northern Navarro County, southern Ellis County, and then the tornado warning in southern Hill County. So two areas of rotation. Both of those are listed as observed tornado warnings, which means that there is, you can see where that tornado is observed here. And let's get back to that correlation coefficient, because we have been able to see the tornado near M house here. So I'm being asked for some cross reads. Let me see if I can maybe update this to you'll see the problem with this here in just a moment. Let's see, what's going to be the best way to do this? Okay. All right, so, okay. I want you to pay very, very close attention. This is an extremely dangerous situation that we have going on right here in M house. Right on the city of M house, this is 1839. This is 1126 here. This is where we have, and this continues to look even more ominous here to me, this is a growing tornado here. So we have confirmed tornado on the ground, and we look at correlation coefficient here. Very clear evidence of a growing tornado. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. So in the M house area, you have to be taking shelter now. We have that continued tornado warning. If you're, let me get this still here so that you can see where that is. That's not what I want you to do. Technology loves to throw me a curveball right at the worst moment. And thank you, Christy, for your donation through Venmo. But this is M house. This is where we have that tornado. Very clear indication of that. Onion Creek, Rice, Alma, Ensign. This is where you need to be paying attention. This is where you have a tornado on the ground right now. Here's I-45, Ennis, Ensign, Bardwell, Onion Creek, Ensign, Rice, Alma. These areas you have to be taking shelter right now. This is where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. Let me explain again if you're just now joining in. Here's where we have all of this surrounding area where you have the reds and the browns. That is where you have rain that is coming down. By contrast, in the M house area, that's where you have it moving up. If you're in the Ennis area, this is going to be moving right towards that area. It could be south of Ennis, but if it takes another turn like the other storm did, and this one's done that a couple of times, then it could be closer to the Ennis area there. Here's where 287 and 45 come together. That's Alma, that's Rice. So that's where we will see this moving. That's probably going to be in the next 15 to 20 minutes here. So we need to be taking shelter immediately. It's affecting the M house area right now. That's Onion Creek, Ensign. Again, this is 1126. I believe that is. It's not showing me a sign here. That's 1839. So FM 1839 here, and then 1126, that's 3383. This is M house right here, that crossroads. That's where we're seeing this debris signature here. So that is showing us where that tornado indication is right now. So again, that's going to be moving towards 45 here, towards Onion Creek, Oak Grove, Rice, Alma, eventually towards the Creechville area, possibly towards the Ennis area. Looks like it could stay south of Ennis, but we can't guarantee that at this time. So make sure, and I thank you to Jody over there at 1069 The Ranch. I mean, if you guys want to put me on air, you have permission to do so, but we're continuing to watch this. Looks like that might be trying to dissipate there. So we're hoping that that's the indication that we have there. Let me make sure that we get Ennis on the screen. So here in Ennis, Creechville, Alma, Ensign, this is where we are watching that circulation, that possible tornado on the ground. We're going to continue to go back to, we'll continue to watch the tornado warning in Hill County, of course. I know we got two things going on here. And yeah, so right there, and I appreciate that in the comments there, right as I was about to check this, does look like we have a debris ball, a debris signature here right over M house. So that's where we're watching that confirmed tornado right now in that area. We need to go back over to Hill County where we continue to watch that circulation as well. We could be seeing that trying to ramp up again just east of Bynum, south of Mertens, north of Malone. This is 171 here. This is where we see that next possible tornado. This is that tornado warning. I'm expecting to see a new warning here, probably going into parts of southern Ellis and northern Navarro counties here. So we'll watch and see what that does. Right now it does look like it will stay south of Italy and Milford, but this is that next circulation. So number 10's Frost Blooming Grove. That's going to be the next area to watch. Navarro Mills Lake as well with this next tornado, with that next storm. So here's what we have, folks. Here's what we're watching. Confirmed tornado on the ground just north of M House, headed towards the Ennis area. More broad but still strong circulation south of Mertens, north of Malone, making its way towards Navarro County. Again, Frost and Blooming Grove there. That's what we will be watching. So I want to go back to this correlation coefficient, which is where we can see that probable tornado on the ground. And I keep trying to, Ennis just keeps getting hidden by that banner there. So here's what we're watching. Just north of M House, that's where we have been watching that confirmed tornado. And again, where you see this contrast here, everything else is rain coming down. This is where you have upward motion. That's where you're going to see that tornado probably on the ground there. And so moving towards Oak Grove, Alma, Rice, that's where we're watching, up towards Creechville eventually. Ennis, this could come very close to your area. So that's what we need to be watching. Yeah, Michelle just covered Creechville. So this could be moving towards that area. You are in that warning area. And so it looks like that could be, that debris ball could be falling apart there. So that's a good thing. Let's hope that that tornado is in a weakening pattern right now. And we've seen this little bit of a debris ball. Looks like that could be continuing here. But if anything, it looks like possibly that could get into the rain here. And the positive and negatives there is that could mean that the storm, that the tornado itself will be rain wrapped. But it's also possible that it could kind of choke off that circulation. So that is a possibility here. We will continue to monitor that. Back in Hill County, I want to make sure we go back to the velocity and show you where that circulation is. This circulation looks to be tightening north of Malone, south of Mertens. That's where we're watching this. So again, I'm waiting for a new warning to be issued for parts of Hill and Navarro counties here, possibly southern Ellis County, as it's going to be right close to there. Frost, Blooming Grove, and eventually Bardwell. This could be another threat for the Ennis area there. So we'll continue to monitor this as they go forward. I hope my colleagues at Hope Health and Ennis are taking shelter as well. Of course, this wasn't the way I was originally going to do this, but I am working part-time at Hope Health now, doing the marketing and outreach there. Doesn't mean this is going to go away. Let me just make sure you know that. But I do hope that folks in Ennis are taking shelter right now. But south of Mertens, that is where they need to be watching. Thank you, Christy, for your donation. Let me, in fact, check in on some of those folks and let me make sure to check in with some folks there in that area. So this is what we're watching. Now, these are well south of Waxahachie. I know I'm getting a couple of questions there, but this is where we're watching that circulation, where we've had that confirmed tornado. That tornado has been kind of off and on, and this particular storm, I mean, we've had tornado warnings on that thing all the way back towards really the west side of Waco, at least. So that's what we're watching there, and we are continuing to monitor that circulation. It continues to stay there, and it could possibly be that that's getting choked off here. That's my hope, but we've thought that before, and we were shown that storm is just going to push right through that. And so we will continue to monitor that circulation, and the tornado warning in Hill County has expired. I don't see a new warning there. But let's continue to monitor all of this. This is just kind of a wide view. We switched over to the gray presentation here to get some cross streets on it. And then here's more activity in Hill County here. The tornado warned storm that had a tornado warning a moment ago. We don't have a new warning on that yet. We'll check back in on that. But a lot of activity that's not tornadic going on in Hill County, parts of Ellis County here, most of Ellis County really seeing non-severe activity. and then Johnson County just a little bit there. So really the only thing of major concern here is, again, in the Rice, Emhouse, Alma, possibly Ennis area. Thank you so much, Melissa, for your donation there. So let's get focused in here, and this is moving in towards Ellis County here. So here's Ennis, Alma, Rice. This is where we see that circulation, where we saw that confirmed tornado. It is possible that that rotation is starting to kind of get choked off here. We'll have to watch and see. We're not in the clear yet. So if you're in Ennis area, Ennis, Creechville, Alma, Rice, you need to be taking shelter immediately from this storm. We could still have a tornado on the ground. And then going forward here, over towards the Mertens area, still looking at some rotation. No new warning here that I can see south of Mertens, north of Malone. Not seeing a new warning there yet. Radar Omega has had some trouble showing these warnings, so I want to just kind of make sure that I'm not missing something here. So it looks like there's not a new warning right now on this, storm in Hill County. So this is what we're looking at. This is east of Bynum, south of Mertens, north of Malone. That Hill County rotation, we had an observed tornado earlier on this storm, and nothing new right now. But we'll have to watch that and see if that rotation gets warned again. But there's no active warning on that right now. What we're looking at here, let's get back to correlation coefficient, and I'm not seeing any kind of clear indications of a tornado at the moment. We saw a pretty clear indication in the Emhouse area, but now that that's moved off to the northeast, not seeing anything on correlation coefficient that has me really concerned here. We should get an update on this in just a moment. Hopefully that continues that trend. But this is that tornado warning where we had a confirmed tornado just a few minutes ago near Ennis, Creechville, Alma, Rice. That's the areas that I'm most concerned about right now, about this particular storm and the possible tornado that could be associated with it. Again, looks like at the moment that could be ramping down, but we've seen a history of this storm ramping up and then ramping down and kind of going back and forth. Here's the latest radar imagery here as of just a moment ago. So we're not seeing a very clear hook here, but definitely a very clear indication of continued rotation here. This is the old image. So we should be getting a new image here soon, but still very tight rotation just west of Rice. So this is getting ready to enter Ellis County here towards Alma, towards the Ennis area. So here we go. Here's that new image, and really we're seeing a couple of things here. I'm seeing some rotation possibly near Rice, and one right here headed south of Ennis here, south of Alma. Now, I will say it's possible that we could be seeing one rotation fall apart and a new one ramp up near Rice. So that can happen sometimes. Sometimes one kind of falls apart and there's one right next to it, just parallel to it. That will increase in intensity. So we'll continue to watch this storm. It's still tornado warned. You still need to be taking shelter in the Ennis area, Creechville, Valley Farms, Alma, Rice. Anywhere in this box, I would say Chatfield as well, especially now that we have some variability here in this storm. Could be looking at a new circulation trying to take over with that. Now over in Hill County, south of Mertens, near Irene, still looking at some rotation here. This is not tornado warned at this time, but we will need to be paying attention to that very clearly. And we back this off. I don't see rotation really anywhere else in our area. So this near Rice, and then near Mertens there, that's really going to be the other circulation I think that we're looking at moving towards Frost and Blooming Grove. But that is not yet warned. The old warning was allowed to expire. We haven't seen a new warning on that yet. So far is the really the only warning is going to be the one on the south side of Ennis. So here's Ennis, here's Rice. Alma's going to be right there. Emhouse just past where that is. And this is where we're seeing possibly some change in that rotation. The initial rotation was right up here in this area, but now we're starting to see possibly, and that would make sense if this is getting choked off. So Ennis ISD sent a message out that they are intending to release students from school at the regularly scheduled time, which is 3 o'clock. And so I would assume that this storm will be past that area at 3 o'clock. So that's just a Okay, Anthony, I'm not sure what the Weather Channel's doing in my territory, but I don't think there's a tornado warning for Midlothian. Matt, you can tell me if that's different, but the Weather Channel, I think they're either confused or you're seeing that there's a watch in that area, tornado watch for that area, or they're saying, or they're possibly saying that there's a warning near you. I mean, it's in the same county, but it's across. I mean, Ellis County is a big place, so I don't see any warnings going on in Midlothian. So not really sure what's going on there. But we could see a new circulation taking place, kind of taking over in the Rice area as opposed to the one west of there. So we will watch that very closely. This storm near Blooming Grove west of there, more circulation there, but not seeing the warning in that area. So not really sure what we're hearing about a tornado warning in Midlothian. That is not accurate. And Nicole Lyon is saying all of Ellis County has a warning. That is not accurate. That's the old way of doing things. They used to warn the entire county, but now only portions of a county are warned. This is the only warning that we have here, this blinking box, and it's only parts of our area. So we do not have warnings that cover entire counties unless they're specifically drawn to do that. At this point, this warning is only showing that area. Now, I'm sure there's some apps that will show the entire county. They're out of date, they're inaccurate, and they're trash. So that's just the way that is. But you know, if they're saying that the entire county has a warning, that's inaccurate, and they need to update their stuff, because that is not how these work anymore. And it's not necessarily your fault. The app is telling you that. The guy who designed the app needs to get his head straight and figure out how to make sure those are accurately reported, because if you're in Midlothian, you don't need to be taking shelter from a tornado warning that's covering the Ennis area unless it's headed that way. The problem is that's going to create inaccurate information. You're going to be worried about a warning that doesn't come, and then people don't listen to them. It's the same thing with the outdoor warnings, right? There's so much communication, miscommunication there, confusion, that it's causing a lot of problems. So just make sure that you're watching where those polygons are. That's why they have these visual polygons that shows you where it is. So when you hear that an entire county has a warning, you need to dial in and make sure you're double checking that, because the apps are just not going to give accurate information, unfortunately. So this is where we're seeing that rotation here. Let's go ahead and double check that. Okay, here's that continued circulation near Rice. So we were watching a circulation here south of Alma, but it looks like maybe we have a new circulation that's taken over in the Rice area, and that's a fairly strong one. So we'll continue to monitor that, and we have this other rotation here just south of Mertens. It's headed towards Frost. So this is not warned at this time, but it's a pretty decent area of circulation. I'm not really sure what they're waiting for there, but I mean, that's, you know, that's kind of what we're watching at this moment, is to see if the National Weather Service will again warn that storm. So this is our two areas of circulation. The only two areas of rotation that I see at this time: near Rice, west of Blooming Grove. This is pretty much all that I'm seeing at this point. Thank you, Don and Christopher, for your donations through the Venmo app there. Greatly, greatly appreciated. That will help me. That will help feed me after after this stream, because man, we're at 2 hours and 45 minutes here. This is a marathon. But this storm near Rice, that's going to continue on to the east, northeast rather, and this will continue on. If you're in the Ennis area, it looks like Ennis is probably okay at this point. The circulation has kind of recycled. So Channel 5 just showed Ellis and Navarro County warnings. And some of those, if they still had the wording in the top right there, or top left, right, wherever it is, whichever one they do, sometimes they're just going to list the county. Again, old thinking, outdated, do away with it, fix it, get rid of it, do it a different way. Update with the times, folks. 2024, let's go. Rice, you have that continued circulation here. It looks like that's a new circulation here, I think. It got a little bit unclear there, but we do know we have a continued tornado warning here that includes Rice and Alma and Creechville here. That's going to be heading towards far, far southeastern Ellis County and into Henderson and Kaufman counties here. So very, very far west Henderson, just kind of the corners of the counties here, and then moving into Kaufman here. West of Blooming Grove, we have this circulation, and it looks like that rotation may be struggling to hold its momentum here. So that may be why we don't have a new warning there as of yet. Ashley, thank you so much for your donation through Venmo there. Okay, so I'm just trying to watch the comments here and see what's going on, and okay, and let's go back to velocity. I'm not seeing anything quite new here. All right, let's. I'm trying to check and see if we have any new images or videos or anything like that. So nothing at the moment. Okay, so seeing things from other parts of the country, but not here, not helping. So here's where we stand here. The radar looks a little different. We put on the gray imagery so that we can see the streets here. I know it's not as pretty, but we need to get cross streets for where we're seeing this rotation. Let me make sure that staying current on the chat here. And thank you so much, Jackie, for your donation through Venmo. So we're watching a couple of things here. We're watching this circulation near Blooming Grove there. Not a warning at this time, but the warning continues for that circulation near Rice here, going cross 45. That's going to be moving out of our area fairly soon here. Thank you so much, Jason, for your donation through Venmo. Greatly appreciated there. Most of this activity, I will tell you, we got more in Bosque County here. I'm starting to get a little more concerned about flooding. We haven't really talked about that here, but I am concerned about flooding in these areas because we've had a lot of heavy rain go through Bosque County and parts of Hill County. So all of these are, Jill, if they're showing the funnel cloud in Hill County, that's probably earlier. You have the sound off, so you're not getting that context, but that's probably kind of the way that is. Preston, thank you so much for your donation. Greatly appreciated there. East of Ennis, that tornado warning continues. We still see that circulation there. That is going to be moving out of our area very soon. But I am getting more concerned about flooding here. Where the heavy rain has been training here, that could be a problem. And by the way, on the Hope Health end of things, if you're waiting for a call back from me, I'm going to try to make those calls today. I've got work to do there, but hey, it's party time on South Metro weather here. Crazy, crazy things. I'm in Frost watching for the second tornado. So no warning. Seeing, let me see. Let me get back oriented here. I'm trying to keep up with the comments here. Okay. All right, so all of this heavy rain here, we've had a lot of heavy rain in the same places over and over again. So I'm getting more concerned about flooding here. We haven't really mentioned that up to this point. We've been distracted with repetitive tornado warnings, but that's kind of becoming a concern here. In west of Blooming Grove here, I'm a little more concerned about the rotation here. It kind of looks like it's not as intense, but again, you can see very clear inflow, outflow. I mean, you can see the yin and yang kind of thing here. So that's what we're looking at. Brian, no tornado warning issued for Midlothian. What you're probably seeing is that the Midlothian area is getting these alerts on your phone or whatever, but it's in the same county, but it's far from there. So until these folks update all of this information and make this clear and get away from these county-wide warnings, it's going to continue to be confusing. But a lot of those places, if it's the Nextdoor app or the Nextdoor or the Ring app or something like that, they're just sending you notifications to get you to use the app. They're not trying to be accurate here. Looks like our circulation here north of Rice, now east of Ennis, is falling apart there. So that is a good thing there. So I think in Ennis, I think you're good to go. I'm saying in town in Ennis. Now this is north of Rice, so this is far. Here's a new, oh, there you go. There's a new small warning there. Looks like that's almost precautionary. So this is going to be very far. There's Creechville, Sand Lake. There's Rosser. So this is far, far eastern Ellis County. It goes down just to I-45 there. and then here's Henderson County, and here's Kaufman County. So this is a small warning because it's looking like really at this point it's just a precautionary thing. It's a small, quick warning here. The Weather Channel keeps sending out warnings for Waxahachie. Well, that's their problem, right? I don't know what they're doing. They're over in Atlanta. They don't know what's going on. But we continue to watch this circulation. It has definitely weakened substantially, and but we're watching this warning. And I don't know if that's the same warning or if it's just been cropped back or if this is a new one. But yeah, okay. So this is a new warning. It's teeny tiny. It's a very small warning. So that's going to continue to move on to the northeast, and it looks precautionary here. This is not. I mean, it's not that intense here. So definitely looks like it's kind of a weakening situation here. Yeah. So the thing is, this includes This includes like a couple of pastures in Ellis County. I mean, really, it's, this is a very, very small area. Here's 34, here's Sand Lake, Creechville, there's 45. This is really all that's there. It sounds like the Weather Channel is sending out warnings for all of Ellis County when that much of it is included, which is bonkers to me. But the cool thing is that Ellis County, you can go to the Ellis County website. I believe Navarro County is in the same boat. You can go to the website, you can sign up for these emails that are geolocation oriented, which means they're going to give you a warning for your area, and that's it. They're not going to warn you in Midlothian when it's happening all the way in Ennis. Drive around Ellis County, see how big it is. It really matters. It really makes a difference. So you have to be careful about these apps, man, because they're just not, they're high on the ads and low on the details. So at least here I got ads, but I'm getting a detail too, right? So I mean, hey, you got to really be careful with this stuff because you got to make sure you're following a source where you're going to get the important information, you're going to get the context. Because you're getting warnings in Midlothian, the warning's way over here. And it includes that very, very small area of Ellis County. So it's, it's not giving you specific information. It's saying, hey, there's a warning somewhere in Ellis County when it's right there. That's it. That's all. That's all of Ellis County includes. Doesn't even include Ennis at this point. It's east of there. So that's why it gets so confusing there. So for our area right now, and I'm going to take a breath. Take a breath and a drink of water and give myself a chance to kind of breathe here. And thank you to Meredith and Heather for your Venmo donations. Greatly, greatly appreciated there. Bristol, so most of our area right now, and really we can kind of collectively take a breath here. Because at this moment, except for the small bit of Ellis County that's still under that precautionary warning here, we do not have any warnings that are active for our area. Except for, again, that little bitty piece of Ellis County there that's included in that tornado warning precautionary. I don't think we have anything on the ground there. That's moving into Henderson County now. That's more of a Henderson County, Kaufman County issue at this point. And I'm hearing about some power outages. That's not surprising, but we have plenty of loud storms here. Waxahachie, Ennis, down into Meridian there. So plenty of heavy storms here, but the severe weather, we do not have any severe warnings at this time. Lots of lightning here heading into the Ennis area. So we're not done in terms of the storms, but at very least, we are looking at a much more relaxed situation, at least than we had. Now that I've jinxed it, let's go check out the velocity view. And thank you so much, Lisa, for your donation there. Now, west of Blooming Grove, we were watching this circulation. Looks like that has really pulled back here, really weakened here. And so not really too concerned about that at this moment. This is the perfect excuse to call into work. I'm working, so you don't have to, I guess, is the way we go with that. But here you see two strings of storms here, and one going from Ellis County down through Navarro and Southern Hill, and then from Midlothian all the way down into Bosque County. So this is kind of what we're watching here, and this is not none of this is severe. We have that one storm, that tornado threat has moved east of our area. We're not really concerned about that. We were watching some rotation in the Blooming Grove area, but it looks like that has kind of subsided. What I'm guessing here is I'm thinking the atmosphere has been worked over so much that things are finally maybe just kind of starting to fall apart here. And somebody's talking about major rotation and frost. We'll go check it, but you might be about to be proved wrong here. Nope, not seeing major rotation. There could be a little bit of rotation trying to hold on there. That is far from major. That's a technical term. So that's what we're seeing there. But across the area, man, I mean, we're really shifting more, I think, into more of a flooding issue. There's plenty of lightning. So my concern here, and we're getting into school release time here. Ennis, I've already heard, has said that they're going to go ahead and release unless things change. My only concern with school release here is the lightning. A lot of lightning moving into Ennis here, along with heavy rain, possibly some small hail. So that's going to be my concern. And really any of these areas when you're trying to get those kids out of school, Hillsboro as well. The Hillsboro area about to get a heavy storm with a lot of lightning. So that's going to be kind of my concern. Bliss Lay, Navarro County Emergency Management confirms tornado in frost right now. We'll look into that. Because if it is, man, that thing is really incognito and just not showing up well on what are they talking about, man? So, okay, sounds like emergency management over in Navarro County is trying to confirm a report from a spotter. We could have seen it earlier, but I mean, I'll tell you right now, if there is a tornado in frost right now, it is really incognito. So just north of Frost, okay, we have this here. So it is possible. I mean, you can have this show up and it's not a huge deal. Brandy Davis reporting that Ennis says, Ennis ISD saying that will delay buses about 30 minutes. Try to get probably that lightning out of there. So that's great. Okay, so we're getting reports now of all right, now we see it. This must have been very, very quick. I mean, velocity is really not showing much. However, so this one's kind of a trick here. So to the person that said that there was rotation in frost, hey, you're right, I'm wrong. But I mean, we were looking at the circulation and not seeing a whole lot, but correlation coefficient is now where we're watching just north of Frost, possible tornado. So we are getting reports from a storm spotter. They are saying that they are looking at a tornado in the Frost area. So we'll have to watch and see if there's a new tornado warning issued. And that's going to be, okay. Let's get right here and see what this does, because in the Frost area, that's where we're hearing, okay, that's where we're hearing, and this might be a very quick circulation here, and it's kind of on the back side of this band too, so it's not a typical situation, but it doesn't mean it can't happen. So we'll continue to monitor this, and we're trying to listen for, okay, we have visual of a tornado in the Frost area. There's not a warning on that. And so odds are this is a very sudden spin up. So our thanks to Navarro County Emergency Management for getting that information out there. So we're going off of their information that in the Frost area, we could be looking at a tornado on the ground. No warning here yet. I expect to see a warning popping up here. This will be for Ellis County. So this is in the Ellis County area. That's what we're watching. Let's see that warning come up. National Weather Service is probably working on that right now. So we'll continue to monitor this, but it looks like it's moving due north at this point. Let's get back to correlation coefficient. Again, my apologies to the person that said, there was circulation and frost. We didn't see it. Man, that was not indicating well on the velocity view there. But here, this is the correlation coefficient. We're hearing spotters have confirmed visual on that tornado just north of Frost. So we'll continue to try to get confirmation. We'll try to get okay, here it is here. So yeah, looking more and more Matt, is that showing up on velocity at all? That is wild. So, okay. So yeah, Navarro County Emergency Management confirming a tornado just outside of Frost. So this is going to be, this is a wild turn, folks, but this is how Texas weather rolls. Lone Cedar, Lone Oak, Abilene, right there, that's 55. You need to be taking shelter immediately. We're waiting to see if we're going to get a warning on this, but we will continue to monitor that. Let's get over to the view here. Okay, and we have Navarro County Fire Department confirming that as well. So this clear area, this clear slot, this is kind of where we see this rotation. And it's very possible that it's rain wrapped here, very hard to see, and it's kind of in between this little band here. So this is kind of an atypical location for that tornado. But man, we've just had a... Okay, so what's interesting here is we had that circulation here, and we were looking at that probably losing some organization. And what's really interesting to me is we see it come through Frost, but it lost that organization. But as it lost that organization on velocity, we saw that increase on correlation coefficient. Spotters are now saying that they believe that has lifted here. So it sounds like it was just a very brief circulation here. I mean, it's very clear on correlation coefficient. We'll see what the update says here. We should be getting an updated image here in the next few minutes, but this is what we're looking at. I mean, we're looking at pretty decent confirmation on the correlation coefficient here of a tornado. Again, if you're just seeing this, we will look at Alma here in just a moment here, but what you're seeing is all around where you see the kind of the reds and the browns, that's downward motion, that's rain falling down. Thank you, Nancy, for your donation through the Venmo there. That's greatly appreciated. But that's moving down, and then where you have the blue and the green there, that contrast, that's moving upward. That is upward motion here. And so that's what we're looking at. And Matt, I'm hearing pictures are coming into the messages, so if you'll try to check those for me. I'm trying to, and I see that you're checking those. Thank you so much. Yeah, looks like just some kind of scraggly clouds there, not really anything clear there. But we'll see what this says, but had this very quick confirmation of a tornado near Rice, and then the spotters are now saying that it lifted. It's sounding like it was just a very quick spin up. It's unlikely in that position, in that place, that it's going to have the kind of support it needs, or the kind of yeah. So yeah, you can see there that it's still kind of there, but it's kind of lost some of that organization. But yeah, I mean, we look at that, and west of Frost here, looks like we had just a very quick. Let's put more of a view on this. Let's get a. Yeah, so I mean, you can tell on velocity. What's interesting is that as it approached Frost, here you can see that, yeah, I mean, we had just a very quick pulse of that circulation there. And then as it moved into Frost, and as we actually started hearing about it, that's when it kind of quickly fell apart. And so, and it was at this point where you can still see a little bit of that there, but it just was not as well defined on velocity. And about this point, that's where we started to see it popping up on correlation coefficient. So a very weird situation there, but we're hearing that it's already lifted. So if nothing else, I mean, this is what we were watching, and we didn't see a warning on that. So that continued to move that area. It didn't have any kind of confirmation on it. So it sounds like we might have just had a very quick spin up on that, a very quick circulation, but sounds to me like that wasn't able to hold its organization very long. So kind of a quick scare there, but it doesn't sound like anything really substantial happened with that storm. So we're going to continue to see this, and what I understand in the Ennis area, that tornado warning's finally been dropped. In the Ennis area, they have delayed buses about half an hour. I think they're going to let that heavy rain and small hail and frequent lightning get, out of there before they start releasing kids from school. Unfortunately, the rest of the area, you're going to have kind of off and on storms here. Waxahachie, you might get some of this coming in from the west. Pretty heavy stuff moving in to the Hillsborough area here. So really, Whitney to Hillsborough up towards Itasca there. Some heavy activity moving in. We may be moving into more of a, I think, a hail threat, or really, a flooding threat here. Because where we're going to see the flooding threat increase is where we're going to be looking at the increased threat of, well, let me say it this way. We'll see the flooding happen where we've seen a lot of heavy rain over and over again. So, okay, we'll talk about tomorrow in just a few minutes here. But you can see the heavy rain just kind of training here over Bosque County, and that's going to be the case over Hill County as well. And so, Genevieve, thank you so much for your donation in Venmo. That's greatly appreciated there. So from Hill County through Navarro, the same situation. So we kind of have these two areas of rain. Let me kind of get my hands figured out here. It's really weird when you try to do this stuff. But these two lines, we're going to see heavy rain just training over the same area. So that's going to be our flood risk at this point. No severe weather ongoing right now. We had that quick spin up near Frost. Doesn't sound like that stayed organized for really much of a period of time there. Just a real quick spin up, and then it looks like that kind of got choked off by that rain there. So wasn't really able to hold on to much of that here. So and that's Jenny. So Jenny, thank you so much for your donation through the Venmo platform. That is greatly appreciated there. So we continue to watch this activity, and right now there's not any severe weather, but you can see there's a lot of lightning involved with all of this, a lot of heavy rain as well. We're going to continue to monitor all of this, and we are getting into school release time here. And so that's going to be the primary concern, I think, is really just getting the kids home safely and getting the kids released from school safely, where we have a lot of lightning in place. The lightning is my main concern here for the moment, because we are trying to get those kids out of school and then driving home. You will need to watch for any kind of flooding across the area. We'll go ahead and go back to the other map here, just because it's so much easier to look at. And it has a little bit of a better contrast here. Okay, so here's that map we're used to seeing. So now let's talk about the next few days here, and I may have to take a quick break and go get my son here. So we'll figure that out. But here's what we're looking at over the next several. I haven't had a chance to look at the forecast for the next several hours. I'll say that. So not really sure what we're looking at here in terms of what to look at tomorrow. From what I understand, the forecast hasn't really changed much. Tomorrow afternoon, we could see storms to our west and northwest here that could cause some problems there. Really, the biggest concern is going to be early Sunday morning, unless things have changed, and I don't think things have changed too much, at least not that I've heard. But early Sunday morning, we could be looking at a squall line of storms, a solid line of severe thunderstorms moving through. Probably moving in before sunrise. So by church time, probably fine. But that's kind of what I'm expecting for our area. It looks like Terry's going to go get Charlie here, get him home. Got to keep drinking water here because, man, this been on the air for 3 hours and 10 minutes. I don't know what the record is. Not sure if we have a record here. I need to go back and check that. So yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you, the folks that did not have school today, you guys locked out because, man, this was quite the day of storms. And Keller, we don't really have information right now of any damage. And I know we got a lot of messages coming in, a lot of videos and things. So I don't know how much of that I'm going to be able to show up here, or it's hard to keep up with all of that. Yeah, so let me just get through a couple of notifications here, just kind of check and make sure we see what's going on. Debbie, you need a cheeseburger, fries, and chocolate shake after all this. I completely understand. I am in agreement with you. I think I might need to sleep for a couple of days after all of that. It has been a long day. And I mean, the humidity's hanging around, and unfortunately, I don't think we've got cooler air coming in anytime soon. We're headed for the mid-80s over the next few days. And Caitlin, you're asking about... Okay, so yeah, the dry line's still staying out west. It's still out there, but I do think at this point that we've probably, well, at least we better have pretty well stabilized the air here. We had as many tornado warnings and things as we had. I think we all deserve a break in this area. I'm getting asked about Rains County. That's a little far out of our purview, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to check Rains County. So at this moment here, I'm not seeing any kind of rotation across our area. Now looking towards Clifton, south of Whitney, east of Clifton, west of Golston, south of Whitney, this area here. We may have to watch that and see, just make sure that doesn't lead to any kind of increased circulation there. But I think we're going to be okay. A lot of lightning in that storm, though. My goodness. A lot of lightning west of Whitney. I'm sure you're hearing it there. So this area, we'll zoom out and kind of put this back into motion here. This is what we're seeing across our area here. So north of Hubbard, through Ennis off to Kaufman. None of this is severe warned. Really nothing is severe warned in our area. So this is what we're looking at. Now, here's the thing. So here's our area. Here's what we've been watching, and down near Killeen, north of Llano, however everyone says that. I'm sure there's debates there. West of Killeen, there a couple new storms. So that one doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Man, if you're in that area, flooding must be just awful there, because it is just dumping rain there, and it's not going anywhere. Where is that? So south of San Saba there. Man, look at this story. It's just not going anywhere. Man, oh man. That's a flooding disaster waiting to happen. But you can see that we still have more activity, more moisture coming up along here. This is more more lift that we have here. So going to continue to produce these thunderstorms. Right now, we don't have any severe warnings in our area. To my knowledge, that tornado watch continues until 6 o'clock. So at the moment, we do continue to have that tornado watch in place. That has not changed as far as I can tell. Haven't been told any differently at this point. But yeah, it's what we're watching here. So yeah, so my friend Evan Andrews up in Dallas. For now, all warnings have cleared North Texas, just thunderstorms south and east of Dallas through 4 p.m. So at least through 4 o'clock, we'll continue to see these. Now, after that point, I mean, it may be a situation where we continue to see more of this. But unfortunately, in the Ennis area, eventually towards Waxahachie too, we're going to continue to see this be a very wet, kind of stormy situation here. So that's what we're watching in that regard. And yeah, I mean, that's what we're watching for this area. Not any specifically severe weather at this point. We will have to sit here and watch in southern Bosque County here. Quit making hooks. We're all hooked out today. I think we're over it. Okay, well, let's go to work, folks. Here we go. One more time. Near Whitney, we've got increasing circulation here. We will have to watch this. We do have a couplet here, as if we didn't have enough already, right? Here we go again. I better drink now, or I never will. This is Whitney, this is Hill County, Meridian, Bosque County. This is where we're seeing possibly a new circulation. Trevor Baldwin thinks he has jokes. That's so sad. South of Whitney, Lake Whitney here is going to be moving that way. So we're looking at what could be an increasing circulation. And well, there you go. Well, looks like we're definitely looking at more circulation there. This is south of Whitney. So we could be looking at rotation that's trying to take hold there. Very clear hook. So Lake Whitney, in the Whitney area, you need to be watching this very, very closely because we could be looking at a circulation in that area, rotation trying to take hold. We've seen multiple tornadoes confirmed today, so this is nothing new for this area. The tornado watch does, continue until 5 o'clock here, 6 o'clock. So, and John, you feel free to send in any kind of pictures and video and that kind of thing. And I'm sure after this we'll see if we can share those out there. But moving towards the Whitney area, if you know folks in Whitney, make sure you share this stream with them, get them tagged or whatever the case is. I'm stuff going on here, but this is where we're looking at new circulation, very possibly taking hold here in this storm. We'll look at another view here. And I mean, you can pretty well tell it. You can see that you got one direction and then you got one direction here. So very clear rotation. And so that's what we're watching here. So again, this is Laguna Park, Lakewood Harbor. This is Lake Whitney here. And then the town of Whitney here. This is the new circulation that we need to watch. We've had these circulations that have happened very, very fast. They've ramped up very quickly. So really any of those that we see, we need to make sure we bring attention to those. So this is what we're watching. This is Hill County. Once again, Hill County. Here's Whitney. This is south of that area. So this is going to be the next bit of circulation that we're watching here. This is an area of concern here because we can see, again, look at that. There you go. And then the other winds, there you go. Pretty clear circulation there. And that's to me, that's a tightening, deepening rotation that we will need to pay a lot of attention to over the next several minutes, really across our area. I think this is the only circulation I'm seeing, but this is moving into Hill County here. Let's put this in motion. We can kind of see where this is going. So there you can see it very quickly. Like I said, very quick circulation here. That's moving towards the Whitney area. If the kids are getting out of school in Whitney, the parents stay very, very safe there because you could be looking at a very dangerous situation developing just south of town. And it does look to be moving right towards Whitney right now. So the Whitney area, I would advise you get ready to take shelter here because we could be looking at a situation where this circulation is trying to take hold, get organized, and possibly produce a tornado. We do not have any confirmation of a tornado at this time. Pretty tight circulation there, but it's not quite that organized. We'll look at correlation coefficient, and I'm not immediately seeing anything that has me concerned, but that's going to be moving north towards Whitney here, and that is, let's see, yeah, that's a pretty new picture. So not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient, but I am watching on the velocity here. Could be some increasing circulation here. DV LeBron, the storm has more hooks than Tyson. Mike Tyson probably going to be sending a certain YouTuber into a very bad situation here in the summer. We'll see what happens with that. That's side talk. We need to keep focused here on this growing circulation here. It's not extremely organized, at least from what I can tell. And that's what we're watching. We're going to keep an eye on this because we've had multiple circulations today that ramped up very quickly and did not take any time at all to produce a tornado. So Faith Fields, you're asking if there's rotation in Whitney. It's south of town. This is kind of the area that we're watching to see if that continues to get organized. So we'll continue to monitor this very closely. I don't have a speed on this at the moment. Most of the storms today have been moving about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to guess that's probably about the same here. And yeah, it's going to continue to move on that way. So we do not have any kind of confirmation of tornadoes or anything of that sort, but we will be watching very closely to see if we continue to see that get organized. And again, I'm not seeing any kind of focused rotation or anywhere else, but that's kind of what we're monitoring here, is just that one area south of Whitney. Not seeing rotation really anywhere else in these storms, so that's the positive side. But we are watching that storm in Hill County for that possible circulation. And yeah, so we're watching here. It looks like that hook that was there is not as well organized now, so it's possible that may not necessarily be as organized as it was. Let's get back to the velocity view here and kind of see what that shows us. And a relatively new picture here. We'll have to get another picture here in just a few minutes. But right there south of Whitney, that's kind of what I'm watching here. I'm not really seeing anything confirmed at this point. Okay, well, here's our tornado warning. So boom, bam, baby. We're moving right along here. So they saw it too, and we have a new tornado warning in Hill County. This does include Whitney, Abbott, Penelope, Malone, Bynum, Hillsborough, Carls Corner. I know in southern Hill County you guys are sick and tired of this, but unfortunately we've got it for a third time today. This is where we had that circulation. Let me kind of move that up a little bit. Here's that rotation that we're watching south of Whitney. We're going to continue to watch that as it moves to the northeast. So a new tornado warning here south of Whitney, south of Hillsborough. This is the kind of severe weather outbreak that I was concerned about when we didn't get those morning storms, and it left a very supercharged, locked and loaded atmosphere. So that's been the problem today, and it is taking it is really doing its job of activating that atmosphere and all of the storm food, as I call it when I talk to the kids, all that instability, all that moisture. That dry line is just stalled out to the west. It's just sitting there, giving us storm after storm after storm. So continuing to monitor this, we do not at this point have confirmation of a tornado, but we are looking at very strong rotation there that continues to get more organized. So here's that circulation right on the edge of this. So that's going to be moving across parts of Hill County. We'll have to watch and see if that moves northward. It could move into parts of Ellis County, could move into parts of Navarro County here. So we will have to watch and see what happens over the next several minutes as we monitor this storm. Well, let's go to the correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing anything indicative there of a tornado on the ground. And so we will continue to monitor this here as we go forward. And we had just gotten rid of the final tornado warning here, and now we've got a new one. So this is that storm. You can kind of see this hook shape here. It's not as well organized at this point, but it could very well continue to become organized, and that's what we're watching here. So yes, Hillsborough is included in this new tornado warning. Here's that warning. That's that blinking box here. That is what we're watching. Shalina forgot to wear the Respect the Polygon shirt. It's worse. I outgrew it. Although standing here doing all the sweating I've done, I better have lost at least a few pounds. I haven't even had lunch yet. My word. No lunch yet. That is going to drive me crazy. Carl's Corner, yes. Go ahead and take shelter in the Carl's Corner area. Somebody help Faith with the audio. It sounds like she's not hearing anything there. Let's help her to where she can hear that. Sounds like she's in that area. You do want to take shelter in Whitney. Whitney, Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, Abbott, Bynum. You want to take shelter there. It looks like it's probably going to go north of Malone and Penelope. I think that's largely precautionary there for that area. But yeah, make sure that you're continuing to monitor this as that moves onto the northeast. So this is where we're seeing that rotation. Let's get the velocity view up here so we can follow that circulation here. It's going to be right here south of Whitney. That's where we see this circulation here. It's not as clear cut as you sometimes see it, but this is where we have that circulation that is moving towards Hillsborough, Bynum, Malone, Carl's Corner, that area. So we need to continue to watch this here as we go forward. Thank you, Michael, for the kind words there. And we've had a lot of donations through the Cash App and the Venmo today. You guys are incredibly just wonderful people. I mean, I can never believe, the generosity there. So thank you so much for your support. And we keep going here. We're going on 3.5 hours here. And we're going to continue to monitor this. Now, I will say the Hubbard area looks like it's going to pass north of Hubbard, unless it takes a right turn. We'll continue to monitor this and track it. So we will continue to watch this. Here's that circulation south of Whitney. This is where they're watching for that possible developing tornado here. And it's just one thing after another for our area. And that tornado watch continues until 6 o'clock. And so I'm looking at, Matt, so what's interesting is I'm looking at circulation, and this was on Twitter earlier, looking at earlier image of circulation near Rice, but you can't tell if anything's on the ground there. It looks like a very low rotating wall cloud. But that was earlier. What we have going on right now, again, south of Whitney here, that's the circulation that we're watching. It's not as well organized, but it could be trying to organize something there. Now, so Julie Wright, so Venmo, Cash App, those have been posted a couple of times. So here's this circulation. I'm starting to get a little more concerned here because we're definitely seeing some brighter colors here. Okay, Hillsborough schools are back in shelter in place. Pickup has been delayed there. So that's the situation as we have it right now. Thank you, Mike, for that donation through Venmo. Greatly appreciate that. Watching a few other sources here to see if we can get anything visual out of Whitney right now, out of really south of there at this point. It's the rotation has appeared relatively unorganized, and trying to see if we have any kind of updates here. Nothing really visual there, but looks like we could have a very hyper-focused area of circulation here. This is Hill County. So south of Whitney here, this is kind of what we're watching. Looks like this is where we're seeing the strongest winds, where that's focused. Thank you so much, Leah, for that donation through the Cash App there. So south of Whitney, this is Abbott, Bynum, Hillsborough. This area, this is where we have that rotation. So you need to take shelter here. Looks like it's north of Mount Common, Hubbard, Penelope, Malone. You probably need to take shelter now. And so I'm hearing something about that it's observed. I haven't. Okay, so far the warning just shows. So the warning just says radar indicated here. Haven't seen or heard of confirmation of the tornado on the ground in Hill County, but I'm seeing someone post that there is. So I'll continue to check on that here. I'm going to see if maybe I can get some kind of confirmation, but not hearing anything yet. And let's see here. Thank you so much, Susan, for the Venmo donation. Greatly appreciate that. West of Hillsborough, west of Bynum. This is where we are watching this circulation. So plenty of lightning and thunder in the rest of the storm, but this is where that rotation is. We'll check another thing here too, and you can see this little distortion here. Unfortunately, this is kind of in a distorted area. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on. So let's get back to the regular radar here. Here's where, pretty well defined kind of hook here, and this is going to be the dry area where we are seeing that. Hearing the WFAA has posted a video of a tornado in Hill County. But the question is that a current video or is that of an earlier tornado? That's the thing. A lot of these media sources, they're going to post something that's old, and they may not label it as such. So this is where we're watching this. This is that rotation here. So that's moving northeastward. And these storms have been moving about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And so let's put this into motion here. Let's cut that frame rate down so that we're not going quite so far back. So here's where we have that rotation, here south of Whitney. So that's going to continue to move towards Hillsboro, Bynum, Abbott. Those are the areas that need to be taking shelter right now. Let's get the roads back on this map. Let me go back to that, and we're just going to have to stick with that today. Because I guess we're going to have more possibly tornadic activity happening here. I haven't seen confirmation of that yet. Yeah, so we have rotation confirmed on radar here, but we don't, I haven't seen confirmation. Okay, so hearing that the video on WFAA was the earlier video of the tornado there. So not seeing anything current. It sounds like that was an earlier report. So I'm not hearing firm confirmation of a, I'm not hearing firm confirmation of a tornado right now in Hill County. Sounds like WFAA reported a video that was earlier today. And, you know, like I said, they're going to post those videos of tornadoes, and sometimes they don't make clear this is not right now. This is earlier, right? They just want the clicks. They're, you know. So that's what we're watching here. So this rotation, it doesn't look as organized to me at the moment, but this is where you can see that kind of distortion. So it's moving right through there right now. So it's hard to see, hard to tell exactly what we're looking at here. So we may need to see that continue to move eastward. But I will say that Hillsboro, Abbott, Bynum, this area, you need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning right now at this moment. So that's where we have most of the concerns here. Grab a quick drink of water here. I got to keep making myself do this. Okay, so Fox 4 reporting that there's, you know, a confirmation of, I guess confirmation of a tornado in the Whitney area. I'm not sure about that, but I will say in the Hillsboro area, you do need to be taking shelter right now because you do have a circulation headed your way. Hillsboro, Bynum, Abbott, that area, that's where you need to be mostly concerned at this time, at this moment. That's really where we're going to be the most, see the most possible issues here. I'm going to check another source to see if I can find something out. And I'm just not seeing any kind of certain. And I'm hearing about possible rotation in Hillsboro, but I'm not really sure about that. Okay. And thank you to, okay. So Karina, Susan, James, Kari, thank you so much for the Venmo donations there. Venmo and Cash App, thank you so much. It was greatly appreciated. So this is where we're seeing that rotation. This is where you need to be taking shelter here in this box. This is southern, really central and southern Hill County. That's where we're seeing this possible rotation. We've heard some back and forth of whether we're hearing about, or whether there's been confirmation, rather, of a tornado there. But that's what we're monitoring here in this area. I've got, and hearing that Bucky's and Ennis is sheltering again. Not really sure what for because it's not near there. Now, the Bucky's in Hillsboro, sure. But, you know, that's, that's the new Bucky's in Hillsboro. Hopefully they're taking shelter because you're definitely in the way of that circulation. So that's going to continue to move on to the east. This is what we're watching here. And we've heard reports of rotation there. We've heard mixed reports of possibly, some kind of something in Hill County, but we haven't heard, well, I'll say that we have media sources that are posting videos from earlier and not marking them as such. That's creating a lot of confusion as well. So that's part of the problem there. Watching to see if if the family's back yet. I can't really see. Okay, well, never mind. Big old truck's in the way. Okay, so I'm hearing, Anthony, thank you so much for the information. The City of Ennis Facebook page just posted for everyone to take shelter. I'm not sure what they're referring to there. We will get back to the regular view. It's possible that there could be possibly a hail threat there. Let's get back to the regular reflectivity and kind of take a look there. So in Ennis right now, that's going to be more of a hail threat. So if there is a hail threat there, if they've observed hail in that area, that could be why they're taking shelter there. So let me just go ahead and let me check Ennis out. Okay, the City of Ennis, it was about an hour ago. Ellis County was under a tornado warning. That was 1 hour ago. And so the City of Ennis has not posted anything about a tornado for an hour now. So that information, that is old. So make sure you're checking those timestamps, folks. I know it's like little and gray and out of the way, but that rhymed, funny enough. But I mean, that's kind of the situation there. So it can be really confusing the way they do that. But I will say in Hillsborough, the Hill County right now, we are still seeing that tornado warning. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of super organized rotation. Definitely some winds, and we're seeing this bowing out here. If anything, there might be some circulation well south here, but I'm not seeing one spot or another that is really, really well organized in terms of that rotation. So it's getting a little harder to see there in that area. But I will say that we definitely have gustier winds, and it's more bowing out now. So we might be looking at more of a straight line wind issue here, and we have a new warning that's been issued, and this is kind of what I was referring to earlier. We do have a flash flood warning here, and I've got that way all wonky here. So here's what we're looking at. So here's that new flash flood warning, of course it's overlapping that tornado warning here from Hill County all the way through Ellis and parts of Navarro counties here. So that's that flash flood warning. That's where we've had all of this very heavy rain falling, and of course in Ennis, very heavy rain there, and Hillsborough, very heavy rain there as well. So that can cause a lot of flash flooding here in areas where we've otherwise already had a lot of rain today. So that's becoming a bigger concern, that flood risk. So if you're in one of those areas where, I saw that looking the other way. Man, oh man, the lightning. Increased lightning here at the studio, so hopefully we don't lose power or something. Man, that was nuts. Liberty Grace, yeah, I just Travis, downtown Waxahachie just had thunder straight from Zeus himself. I know, I saw it. I'm off of 813, and I saw that. Good grief. Yeah, Travis, I definitely believe it. My God, that was. Woo! There's another one. Travis, if you're in downtown Waxahachie right now and you keep getting, if they're throwing lightning at you, move. Go do something different, man. My gosh, because that is intense in Waxahachie right now. The tornado warning in Hillsborough continues here. I'm still not seeing super well organized rotation here. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on that here. I'm not seeing anything that's got me too terribly concerned right now, but we'll continue to watch that. And Brandy, you're saying you got a tornado warning for the Bristol area. I'm a little concerned that there are places. Let me just kind of back this off, and we'll continue to monitor that. Shelby, thank you so much for the Venmo donation there, greatly appreciated. So here's the storm in Waxahachie that is apparently it's lighting up downtown Waxahachie like crazy here. But this is the storm we're looking at, and I'm looking at, this is real smooth here. You see that tight gradient, and you see the you see the kind of the bow shape here. That's straight line wind. So I think in Hill County we're shifting to more of a straight line wind threat. I haven't heard confirmation of a tornado there yet, but we could be looking at a situation where, again, those straight line winds are becoming more of an issue. That tornado warning does continue on for about another 25 minutes here. But I mean, I'm not seeing anything that has me immediately concerned here. So this is what we're watching. If anything, the circulation would be somewhere along this front line here. I'm not seeing a noticeable indention here, but yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that's at least not too organized at this point. So let's just continue to let's go back to velocity here. And now velocity has tricked us before. We had that that rotation near frost that by the time we got confirmation of it, it had already apparently quit on velocity and was showing up on correlation coefficient and just all kinds of weird stuff. So Promise, yeah, Enchanted Energy Haven in downtown Waxahachie, lots of lightning there. So yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I can see it from here. We can see it on radar too. That it's definitely crazy there. So this is Hill County, and it's looking very unorganized at this point. The warning continues. The National Weather Service still has that in place, but I don't really see a whole lot of organization on that. So we'll get a broad view on this in just a moment. But here again in the velocity view here, you can see the winds, those straight line winds moving. I'm not seeing anything that's immediately indicative of rotation, not anything that's really confirmed here or really overt, but it is, you know, at least a little bit there. Now, the other thing too is that here near Blooming Grove, just a few moments ago, I mean, we saw just this quick flare up of winds north of Blooming Grove here, but that doesn't look like it's really done anything. So I know that some folks may be looking at that too. Let's get the regular view here and let's just kind of show you where things are moving. This is where everything's moving in this storm. So southwest to northeast is the primary direction. But again, in Hill County, we have this straight line wind threat that is going right up to 35 here through Hillsboro. That's going to continue to really, that's moving east, and then we'll continue to see the storm moving northeast. So that's kind of some of the confusion there possibly, but this storm is moving northeast through parts of Navarro and Ellis counties here. Of course, you can see the flash flood warning here. That's where the very heavy rain is, and then of course we still have that tornado warning in Hill County. I don't imagine that this tornado warning will be continued eastward because I don't feel like I'm seeing really well organized rotation there in that storm. It's just not as prevalent there. So, I mean, I'm not really seeing anything too well defined at this very moment. So that's kind of the positive there. So we have seen a lot of rotation. We've seen a few tornadoes here today, and we're going on 3 hours and 45 minutes here. And at this point, really my main concern, we do still have the tornado warning. We will continue to watch that. We have the tornado watch until 6 p.m. And then we do have this flash flood warning. I think the flash flooding at this point is probably the bigger concern, if anything. I think this is probably what we're going to see the most impact from over the next several minutes, the next few hours, is not only the very prolific lightning that we've heard a lot about, but the flash flooding. The ground is well saturated already, and this is very, very fast falling rain. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here. And Shalom Picard, you're asking if this is the last round of storms. And it's hard to say. The dry line is stalled to our west, and so it's going to keep supplying this lift. Looks like there's one near Comanche that tried to do something, and it didn't really last very long. In the Gatesville area, looks like we had one storm that hadn't really held on much. So farther to the southwest, it is more isolated. Going further out, this storm has just been sitting here. That's a flood disaster waiting to happen there. My gosh, and look at the hail there too. So quite the situation there. I think that's south of San Saba there. But for our particular area, not really seeing much in terms of, well, we weren't seeing much in terms of rotation. Let me double check this storm in Hill County. We could be seeing a resurgence of that. Yeah, not really seeing anything immediately too concerning at the moment. But I will say that in the Abbott area, we are watching to see if that little hook there is going to do anything too substantial. Again, not too terribly concerned at this time, but we will have to watch that. Thank you, Shelby, for your donation through the Venmo platform there, and James and Kari, I think, and Susan. I think I'm caught up. I think so. Hopefully so. So the tornado warning continues in Hill County. I'm not seeing anything that has me immediately concerned right this moment. For rotation, more again of a straight line wind threat, but that warning does continue, and it's going to be for what, another 10 to 15 minutes to 19 minutes. Okay, so that warning goes. That warning is going to continue until 3:45. So yeah, that's quite a long warning there. So yeah, that's going to be another 20 minutes there. And so that's what we're watching. That's pushed east of Hillsboro here. And again, it's more of a straight line wind threat. We've not had any kind of confirmation of a tornado in that storm, and I'm having trouble seeing exactly where the rotation is. Could be down here on this southern end. But it's more of a straight line wind threat, I think, just based on the fact that we've got that bow shape there, and more storms possibly headed towards the east as the whole system moves northeast. So that's what we're seeing right now as far as that tornado warning is concerned. We'll keep an eye on that going forward, but really not getting too much of my attention at this time. The bigger issue, as I mentioned, is really turning into this flash flooding issue. That's the biggest kind of concern that we have today. Now, we will have to watch this tail here that's stretching into Navarro County, see if that's going to cause any kind of rotation. And then, right in here in Hill County, we'll have to watch those little notches, right? Those little indentions sometimes are where you'll have that rotation, that circulation really start to creep in. And so we'll keep an eye on that there as well. And if we can put on the velocity here, yeah, not really seeing any kind of overt signs of rotation here, but the tornado warning does continue. They're letting that sit there. They're going to continue that warning in place. And so for the moment, Hill County continues to be under a tornado warning. They're letting that sit there. They may be looking at, rotation that's just kind of right there on the line there, just kind of trying to get organized, but that's really, I think, going to be the most of it here. I'm just not seeing anything that has me really, really concerned about circulation. Maybe south of Whitney there's kind of a flare-up of winds, but I'm just not seeing anything at the moment that has me too worried there. And, looking at that line here going into Blooming Grove, not really seeing too much circulation there too. Matt, I don't know if you see anything, but from what I can tell, I'm just not seeing anything that has caught my attention. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything. So, folks asking about the forecast for tomorrow. Tomorrow's forecast is... you're really going to... I haven't really heard any updates. Matt, I don't know if you have, but I haven't heard anything different than the possibility of... So we're really kind of dealing with a more conditional, I think, risk for our area. Looks like most of the storms tomorrow afternoon should be farther north and west than our area. If some of those develop farther to the southwest, then they could move northeast into our area. But really, I think the next bullseye and the next really good chance of storms is going to be early Sunday morning. Last I checked, it was probably going to come in pre-dawn, early in the morning on Sunday morning. Should be before church. So let me just check here. Okay. Just kind of trying to check in. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything too concerning out of Hill County here. We will take a look at that. Scott Lindsay, yeah, Matt is real. He he prefers to be in the background there, but Matt does really good work. He really does help me out here. So big appreciation to him for sure. I don't mention him as much as I should as being an integral part of this operation, but he really is. So just lots of appreciation from Matt. Matt is real, I promise, from the man himself. So yeah, still not seeing any kind of overt rotation here in the Hillsboro area. Really, again, more of a straight line wind risk. I guess they're going to just let that warning expire here in the next 15 minutes or so. But that's really all that I'm hearing at this point. So really, we're still looking at mostly a flash flood risk across this area. So if we put this into motion again, this is really, there's kind of a line here, and this is really the last major storm in this whole cluster. So we'll continue to monitor that to the northeast. And yeah, so we're going to continue to watch that. And behind that, we should at least get a break. There might be more storms behind that there, farther to the northwest, or southwest really, moving northeast. But yeah, not really seeing anything behind this, and not immediately at least. So I think it's, I think we're really kind of looking at a situation where that tornado warning is probably going to be ended here fairly soon. So we'll continue to monitor this and kind of keep an eye on this. Yeah, we'll pay close attention to the Hillsboro area, because if they're leaving that warning there, I'm assuming it's not because somebody stepped up to go get coffee and got distracted and is talking to somebody and forgot to remove it, but I'm sure they have a reason to leave that warning in place. So we'll continue to monitor Hill County, but I'm not seeing anything that has me too terribly concerned at the moment for a tornado risk. But they doesn't look like they've canceled that yet, unless there's kind of a problem with radar Omega. Let me check and see. Yeah, that warning is still in place, but they've kind of left it there. Yeah, so that's what we're seeing here. Yeah, wind just hit Bynum. So yeah, the Bynum area, that's where you're getting those straight line winds on the front end of that storm. So that's where we're really looking at, these are not rotating winds, these are straight line winds. And those can do damage as well, mostly roof damage, knocking down some tree limbs, that kind of thing. But that's really where the biggest concern is going to be for that particular area. So this is what we're watching in Hill County. We continue to see the warning here, but I'm not seeing anything that has me concerned about tornadoes in this line. I'm just not seeing anything that's too well defined at the moment. And so we'll continue to kind of watch that. And let me see here. Well, this mouse is, I think the battery's finally going out on me. Just doesn't want to cooperate. So here's what we have right now. I'll put this into motion for you. And we continue to have the tornado warning in Hill County right now, but I just don't see anything in that area that has me too terribly concerned. Hearing reports of so 2.5 inches of rain in Ennis near Garrett. So if you want to report your rain amounts that you've seen so far, if you want to put those rain amounts in the comments there, that's great. Large severe thunderstorm warning issued now for that storm. So I believe that's probably mostly for, yeah, so that's going to be until 4:30. Severe thunderstorm located near Carl's Corner, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and 60 and quarter size hail. So this storm near Carl's Corner, this one that's ramping up here, just northeast of just northeast of Hillsborough. That's the really strong part of this storm. And then we have had those straight line winds as well. So that's going to continue on. That's where we have this severe thunderstorm warning that continues until, what was it? Okay, so 4:30. So I'm actually going to step out and take a moment to eat a bite of food here. I'm about to collapse here. I've not eaten since this morning, and I've been going strong. So just give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to step out and cut off the audio. I'm going to leave the radar on the screen. So Matt, if you just want to let people know that that I'm still here, that I'm just eating a quick bite, get a little bit of protein in me, and then I will be right back in just a moment. Looks like that tornado warning was canceled there, thankfully. So this is all a severe thunderstorm warning for right now. So I'm going to step away just off camera here, eat a bite of food. I'll cut the audio off, and Matt, if you'll just let people know, like I say, that we've just got the radar. I'm going to leave the radar up so you can see that, and I'll be back in person in just a moment. Well, I greatly appreciate the patience there. I needed to eat something. If I didn't, I was going to collapse, and that was going to be embarrassing for everybody. But we have this severe thunderstorm warning in place. But I'm hearing, I'm hearing now that there's blue sky west of Midlothian. So let's deviate from the radar for just a moment. Let's take a look at the visible satellite here. If it wants to come up. There we go. Interesting. So, I mean, you can see here, and this the contrast isn't exactly as good because we're on this gray map, so that we get those roads. But you can see off to the west of Glenrose and out that way that it's clearer. But it's these anvils, these high anvils that are really covering most of the area. So these lower clouds probably are not as prevalent as they were earlier today. Of course, you have this storm near San Saba that's just been sitting there south of Brownwood. But for this area, it's hard to tell. Very hard to tell. But we'll go back to the radar here. And I apologize that this is taking a while because this mouse is, I think this mouse is on its last leg. But, okay, so I'm hearing that sirens are going off in Milford. Janet, here's the thing. They're outdoor warning sirens. And I, you know, this is something that there were changes made and like nobody told anybody. The cities were terrible about the information. But the way they go now is they're not tornado sirens, they're outdoor warning sirens, and they sound for any kind of outdoor weather activity or any kind of weather outdoor condition that could be damaging winds, hail, that kind of thing. So that's really what those are used for nowadays in many places, because the North Central Texas Council of Governments uses that guidance. And so there are some places where they only sound them for tornadoes. I believe Ennis is one of them. But they're in the minority now. Most places will sound them for severe conditions, large hail, damaging winds, those kind of things. And all that siren means is go inside. Doesn't necessarily mean go in your storm shelter. It means go inside and seek further information. Now, I will say in this area that in Milford, they're on the backside of the strong winds here, but could be some hail in that area. We'll take a quick look at the VIL here and take a see if that's, yeah, so severe hail in the Milford area. So that's probably what they're sounding that for right now. So that's what we're seeing there. And yeah, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, so that's what we have displayed here, that big yellow box. But yeah, hail in the Milford area right now, but we are looking at the continued wind threat here moving right towards Blooming Grove. So not seeing rotation, but this is straight line winds, and looks like we could be seeing that increase a little bit. So moving into parts of Blooming Grove and Frost, over towards Bardwell there, that's where you can see those very strong winds moving in. So you definitely need to take that into consideration in that area. And you can kind of, again, see that bow shape here with that storm. So that's where you're seeing those winds come in, and that's where you need to be concerned. So that bow shape moving west to east, that's where you're going to have the stronger winds. And then back over towards Milford and Carl's Corner, Italy, that's where you have that bigger hail threat. So that severe storm continuing on to the east-northeast. And so that's kind of where things stand right now. And this is definitely going to, let me see here, just kind of get caught up here. I think we're all caught up on the Venmo and Cash up there. But this has been a non-stop, no tornadoes for Italy. Not sure who would be reporting that, but no tornadoes for that part. Really anywhere right now. No tornadoes happening. But this has been a long day. We just cracked 4 hours and 4 minutes of this stream. So definitely a very long day so far. And it's definitely a situation where we have flash flooding is a major concern, and then we see this severe thunderstorm warning for large hail and very strong winds there. And so that's really the base of the concern right now. And there's going to be a lot of rumors in the chat of rotation here and there and everywhere, but we're not really seeing that. Now, what we are seeing here, and we want to bring our attention to, is in the Avalon area, north of Blooming Grove. Looks like it's south of Avalon, between Blooming Grove, right on the county line. You see that yellow? It's going to be a surge of strong winds. So that's going to be the next real issue here. These are not rotating winds. These are strong straight line winds. So right in the Lone Cedar area. Here's Avalon, Lone Cedar, Lone Oak, and Blooming Grove. Here's 55. So right on 55, that's where we're seeing these winds that are picking up the pace here. Very strong winds. And these are probably, most likely, straight line winds. That's what it looks like here. So that's where we see those very strong winds, and this is called a downburst or a microburst. Looks like a microburst to me, just a very focused area of very, very strong winds all of a sudden that really intensify. And we can see that on the velocity view if you put this into motion. Bam, look at that. Look at this increasing wind. So that's probably going to be a downburst, microburst. That's where these winds come very fast down out of the storm and spread out in all directions. So you have 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds that come out of these storms. So that, I mean, we could be pushing 60, 70 mile per hour winds at least in the core of this downburst here. So that's our next concern here. This is Navarro County and Ellis County. It's right on the line, right about to cross highway, FN. Well, I think it is Highway 55. Here's 34, here's 55, and so yeah, it is. I can't remember. I think it's FN 55 and then Highway 34. I think that's how that lines out. They cross, of course, in Avalon, so that's your cross streets there. But south of there, that's where we're looking at this threat here. Okay, so Hillsboro, so the tornado warning was lifted and they're starting to release those kiddos. So that was a bit of time ago, a little while ago, so hopefully they're able to get those kids home. Of course, if you're driving around, we now have more of a concern of, again, the straight line winds in this area, but also the flash flooding. So if you see a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown. You have to be careful in those particular areas. You have to be very, very careful there. So this storm, that's going to continue to move on to the east. Rankin Bird, Onion Creek here, that's going to be our area of concern here. So that's going to move on east, and very strong winds. Okay, that's, you can see here, see what I'm showing you, where it starts in one spot and it spreads out. So this is where you're seeing that downburst or that microburst spreading towards Rankin, Lone Oak, Lone Cedar, Blooming Grove, that area. So you can see the corresponding bow echo with that. So you're watching that outburst or that downburst, that microburst occur, and very, very strong winds right where Ellis and Navarro counties hit. So that's what we're looking at right now. So expect some gusty winds in Ennis, Ensign, Onion Creek there, in Berry, Blooming Grove, some strong winds going. So Renee, you're asking what time is this? Well, we've got a clock right there. So that shows you the time there. Ooh, nice lightning strike. That should be quite the thunder when you hear that. So that's what we're watching here. That's going to continue to move on to the east. So those increasing winds, we could be looking at winds of 65 to 70, 75 mile per hour gusts in this area. So yeah, very strong winds in Avalon. You're going to be getting that moving backwards. So this is going to spread out. You're going to see this spread out from this area, because what happens is it hits the ground. It's going to hit the ground where it just came out, and then it's just going to spread out in all directions. So you can see that here again, where you see this bow shape happening, and then it's going to go the other way as well. So it's just going to spread out in all directions, and you're going to see those winds get very, very strong in that area. So be prepared for that. That will be a very sudden thing too. I mean, that's, it kind of happens all of a sudden on you. Thank you so much, Leslie, for the donation through Cash App. Greatly appreciate that. And yes, I did get to eat. I burned my mouth, but I did get to eat. I was eating way too quickly. Yeah, so strong winds, high winds in Blooming Grove, and yeah, so that's what you're seeing in that area, and that's going to be just basically this real sudden monsoon going on. That's essentially the way that goes. So we'll back this off again. And here's that storm, kind of our last big storm here. You get more heavy rain down there in the Whitney area, down towards Hillsboro. So that's what you're seeing there. But this storm is going to continue to move on in the northeast. Very strong winds right now in that storm. Large hail possible as well. That's going to continue on to the northeast. And once that gets out of here, then down to the southwest, there's a little bit more spotty activity, a little bit of a thinner storm, but not near the coverage that we have here. So we're kind of slowly but surely getting this out of the way here. And if we go out a little bit, I'm just marveling at this storm here. It's just not moved. It has not gone anywhere. Just incredible. I mean, the flooding that's going on in there right now. Somebody have an ark over there? I mean, it's just unbelievable. But here you see farther to the southwest, it's mostly scattered kind of spotty activity. So we could see more spotty activity as we go through the evening here, but this is the last really big storm. Let's get that out of here. Here's the new severe thunderstorm warning to our northeast, but let's get this storm out of here. Let's get all this lightning and thunder and all this torrential rain out of here and get the flooding out of here. And we should be able to finally take a break. We're going towards 4 hours and 11 minutes here. I mean, we might be looking at, I might be looking at, a 5-hour stream here. But looking at the vertically integrated liquid, you can see here from Milford down towards Carl's Corner, is possibly looking at some hail there. Not seeing anything too incredible here. Not seeing the grays that indicate that severe hail. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at definitely some small hail at least in that storm. The main feature, again, is these winds. Just incredibly strong winds between Blooming Grove and Bardwell there. Moving right into M House, going to be moving towards Rice and Alma, down towards Corsicana. So that's going to continue on to the east. And Bo, yes, I've had lunch. I had just a quick few bites here, so good to go there. Good to go on food for the moment. It'll tide me over for the rest of the stream at least. So that's going to continue on, and really the biggest concern for me is going to be I-45. There's going to be a lot of large trucks there and that kind of thing, a lot of broad sides there. So that's going to continue on to the east, and really that could be a problem for that area. And somebody asking about Milford behind there, nothing severe going on in Milford right now. Could be some small hail, but just, very heavy rain out there. But here's where we're seeing those winds, and north of Blooming Grove, between Blooming Grove and Bardwell, that's where we're seeing those very strong winds. That's going to continue on to the east and move right over I-45, where again, we may see that cause some problems if those winds continue at that rate. So that's kind of my next concern here, and I think that could be a problem. Now we're talking about tornadoes. Tomorrow's forecast. I've got tornadoes on the brain here. I'm going to be dreaming about tornadoes tonight. Tomorrow's. Let me see. Yeah, tomorrow's forecast here. I have a birthday party. It's not outside, but my son's birthday party is tomorrow, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Any storms that develop tomorrow should be north and east of our area, at very least in the afternoon. If they do move in, it'll probably be more in the evening. And then I'm definitely thinking that early Sunday morning, that's when we will have a higher chance of possibly seeing another round of severe weather. That would probably be a straight line rather than the supercells like we've seen today. And so that's kind of my expectation there. Yeah, so it looks like early to mid-morning on Sunday. It looks like that's going to be our next chance. And yeah, it looks like most of those storms are going to be west and northwest of us going forward on Sunday morning. So, Saturday afternoon, evening, north and west of us, and then Sunday morning, early to mid-morning, so 6 to 8 a.m.-ish time period. That's when we're going to be a little bit more concerned about those storms coming in through, and it'll be a straight line of storms, and could be some flooding issues then too, especially with all the rain we're getting today. So we don't have any tornado warnings right now. Not really concerned about rotation at this time. The biggest issue is going to be the strong winds in this storm that's moving eastward. That's going to be kind of the biggest concern. And let me just switch out earbuds here. That one's nearly gone. I will say, hey, that thing went for nearly 4 hours. That's pretty impressive. So this storm continues to move on to the east, east-northeast here, and we'll continue to see the winds increasing here south of Ennis, and really could be in the Ennis area. Could be seeing some pretty strong winds. So we'll get back into the velocity here. And yeah, we're still seeing quite a bit of strong winds moving right towards Emhouse and Barry right now, towards Alma and Rice and Ennis. You'll probably get some pretty gusty winds too. Yeah, there you go. So that's continuing to move on towards Alma and Rice through Emhouse. So I'm still concerned about what that could do on I-45 here. So on I-45, as this continues to move eastward, as we see that, I am concerned about that very sudden rush of wind on I-45. If you need to pull over, absolutely do that. If you're driving a broad vehicle, a bus or a 18-wheeler, whatever the case is, you do definitely want to give yourself some time. Maybe pull over, see if there's maybe somewhere you can pull over where you're not going to be. Your broad side is not going to be at a kind of an east-west orientation here. If there's a place you can pull over to kind of get away from the highway maybe and not be moving at that point, I would definitely recommend that, because you have very strong winds coming in. You don't want to pull over under an overpass. Absolutely not. Not only is that going to impede people, first responders, from moving around, but it's going to create a wind tunnel, and the wind's only going to be worse, right? I mean, it doesn't help you any. So I would definitely, find a way to maybe pull over and get to a safer spot if you're on I-45 in northern Navarro County, southern Ellis County here, between Ennis and Corsicana, because we have these strong winds. Could be 65, 75 mile per hour winds here that will be pushing across the highway. So that by itself can cause a lot of issues, and we are looking at those flooding issues as well. So if you're finding a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown. I can guarantee you it will be well worth it to not end up in a ravine somewhere because the river took you elsewhere. So keep that in mind. Be very, very careful with that as you go forward. So yeah, hearing a lot of reports of the flooding in Ennis. Unfortunately, it's just been training over the same areas. It's been just absolutely terrible. So just, kind of bear in mind in that situation that, flooding is going to be a problem. I only have, unless it's not working, I only have 0.08 inches in my rain gauge here in northeast Waxahachie. Ennis, quite a bit more. It sounds like you're closing into 3 inches there of rain in Ennis. Marco just got some of the wind in Ennis. Yeah, so you're going to feel that wind. Again, like I said, what happens is it hits the ground and then it just spreads out in all directions. So, it's just over 4 inches in Alma. So I definitely believe that. So we'll continue to see this move eastward. Like I said, be very, very careful on the highway there. Terry asking, what does the rest of the evening look like? It looks like we have more spotty showers and thunderstorms throughout the evening. Once this storm gets out of the way, which it's taking its sweet time doing, once this storm does move out of the way here, it's going to be probably more spotty activity, but we could still be looking at showers and thunderstorms off and on throughout the rest of the evening here. I think once we get to sunset, I think we'll see this activity kind of start to really turn down. But before then, we could still see some spotty showers and storms. This is where we see those winds on the leading edge of this, but the rest of this storm really doesn't look that intense. So we have the gusty winds here, but other than that, we might have some hail in southern Ennis, northern Rice, but other than that, not too concerned. There's already trucks that are sitting ducks on 45 between the south of Ennis and Alma area. from a couple of trucks jackknife blocking the highway. Well, that's just great. So unfortunately, there's some traffic issues on 45 reported there. And Terry's asking if I'll be able to come out of the weather cave for a bit. I'm really hoping so, because, I mean, it's been a crazy afternoon. It has been a crazy, crazy, crazy day here, and it's just been nuts. I mean, we're going on about to be just now 4 hours and 20 minutes of streaming here, which that's got to be a record at this point. So over 4.5 inches of rain in Ennis, and it keeps coming down. So the rain about to come to an end in Waxahachie, Midlothian and Johnson County there pretty well. Looks like you've cleared out in terms of the rain. Matt, I don't know if you're still seeing that blue sky out there, but most of the rain, you got some plenty of heavy rain through Central Hill County here, moving into Ellis and Navarro counties here. So once this skedaddles here, once this moves out, we only have spotty activity behind it. Now, this storm near Hillsborough looks like that could be gaining a little bit of strength. Hopefully that cuts it out and gets out of here and we don't really have to worry about it anymore. But this flash flood warning is there for a reason, because we are looking at places where there could be flash flooding very, very quickly. We're still seeing possibility of some very strong winds here moving right across 45, Interstate 45 between Ennis and Corsicana. So that will be, you'll need to pay attention to that. And I'm hearing that you could be stuck on the highway there as well due to some traffic issues, probably due to the weather itself. So feeling the winds in Garrett. So you're going to start noticing those winds picking up near that, where that downburst, that microburst occurred. So that's not a surprise at all. You're going to continue to see that. And but the rain is wrapping up in Waxahachie. Johnson County is pretty well dry right now. This storm in Hillsborough, that's going to move into Ellis County. That should be the last of the more organized storms. And then there is some spotty stuff right behind that. So did we just get a new warning in Navarro County, or is that the same? No, that's the same one. This severe thunderstorm warning, it's that line through it. That's the flash flood warning. It's throwing me off, and I'm still seeing a lot of lightning out of that window looking south of me here towards the Ennis area. So, man, oh man, yeah, you can hear that too. Good grief. Hearing that there's a lot of power outages here as well, and in fact, it's a good time to check on, there's another feature that I've been told here is on the way. So let's see if we can, okay, so customers, so this is the customers that are out of power in Hill County, saying that is 568, and then in Van Zandt County, 2,054, but I'm not seeing anything other than that, so that's not really helpful. There's a new feature in Radar Omega here, and I'm not really seeing anything helpful there, so maybe they'll work on that, not too sure. Let's see if we can get, see if it'll work. Not working for me. This one more time. We'll see if we can. Nope, that's not going to work for me. So if anyone wants to hop into Encore and check out the power outage numbers by county there, I guess we can do that. But thank you to Amanda and Danielle for the donations through the Cash App. Greatly appreciated there. I know that there's probably a lot of power outages across the area due to the various kinds of severe weather we've had today. We've had tornadoes, we've had hail, we've had wind, we've had flooding. So we've had just about a taste of everything here across this area, and it's only going to continue, unfortunately, for those areas in this storm here. quite a bit of strong winds and possibly some small hail in this storm. I'm more concerned about the flooding concerns with this storm near Hillsborough. I think that is going to continue to the northeast, and that could continue to be a problem there. So we'll see that move eastward, move northeastward into Ellis County here. I'm thinking it should probably stay south of Waxahachie, but from Italy on to Ennis, really that 34, that Highway 34 corridor there, that's where we're going to be looking at most of the concerns here. So that's going to probably be the track of that, right at the core of this flash flood warning here. So as this storm continues on to the east, let's just take one more look at that velocity view here. Yeah, strong winds continuing, especially around Rice. So those are going to continue to move eastward, and that'll be moving out of Navarro County here fairly soon, moving out of Ellis and Navarro into Kaufman and Henderson counties there, and then that will clear our area from really most of the severe weather at this point. We can take a look at, see if I can get the mouse to work here. Barely. That's what happens when you don't have a producer. You're going to do all this stuff yourself. Look at the vertically integrated liquid. Yeah. Okay. So just north of Hillsborough, that's where you're probably going to see the next hail threat here. I think it's going to be small hail, but I really don't think we're going to see much more than that. So we'll get back to the radar here, and I will step out of the way in just a moment. Let me just kind of get everything oriented here. So this is what we're seeing. Strong winds here in the Rice area. That's going to continue on to the east. More heavy rain here, and this storm, well, it looks like we have enough northerly motion to where this probably will affect Waxahachie. So looks like we have one more bout of very heavy rain for Ellis County here. There's a small storm down towards Clifton that could move through that area, but it looks like this is kind of the last well-organized storm we have. So that will continue on to the northeast. And after that, I'm thinking that we should be able to take a little bit of a break from these storms. I want to check the velocity, and yeah, all I'm seeing at this point is just the strong winds and Rice up to Ennis, really, again, where we had that downburst that blew all those winds and they go out in all directions. So that's why you can kind of see all of this area getting those gusty winds, because it kind of split out from there. And Nicole, is somebody concerned that I left? I mean, I stepped away to eat for a second, but that's pretty much been it. Been here nearly 4.5 hours now. So, yeah, been working quite a bit here, so not really sure. I'm not sure what I can't find that comment, so I don't know. But plenty of rain. Flash flooding is really kind of the main concern for my main concern for this area, at least. And again, this mouse is just, it is not gonna let me get much done. So Debbie, you said had to move the cows to higher ground with the small calves. Pastures like a running river. Yeah, and I believe it. I mean, there's parts of our area that have that definitely have gotten way too much rain here. Way too much rain. Just an insane amount of rain. And it's still coming. I mean, it's, you see this storm in Hillsborough. Thankfully, that's the last really large organized storm. After that, it should be more spotty activity. And I should be able to go back to just posting updates from the computer and, sitting and breathing and all that fun stuff. Possibly drinking. So these storms, this one here, lots of lightning with that, possibly some hail there. That will continue on to the east here. It's right there along 35. So that's going to continue on to the east. We'll see more heavy rain, possibly some small hail. It doesn't look like that one is severe warned at this point, unless they're just going to continue on the warning after it moves in this way. But I don't really anticipate that. But I do see that affecting Waxahachie. Originally, I was thinking it was going to stay south of there, but it looks like that's building northward enough to where that could, in fact, cause an issue there. And Shalom said, currently blow drying your baby chicks. So they're going to have just majestic fur then, right? Or feathers, or I mean, chicks have fur, right? It's not really feathers yet. Maybe post a picture of those fluffy little things after they're done being blow dried. That's got to be interesting. It's got to be funny with the little fluff balls running around. JB Sauceda, the Texas Country Reporter. So JB is the new host of Texas Country Reporter. Had a chance to talk to him a little bit, meet him, and I really appreciate you. He's going to do a good job. He's got really big boots to fill. I know Bob and Kelly worked with him a little bit at the festival a few years ago, constantly reassuring Kelly that there was dry air coming. It just would not stop raining. But thank you, JB. I appreciate you. And I think you're going to do a good job telling great stories all across the state of Texas. So from Hillsboro to Atasca, that's where we've got the heavy rain right now. That's going to continue to move on to the northeast. Italy to Waxahachie to Ennis, that's where we're going to see that moving through here, through Italy. So one more push of very heavy rain, lots of lightning and thunder and all that good stuff. And that's going to be interesting. So JB, you're currently up in Denton, but driving south in a bit. So JB, if you're driving south from Denton, you might hit some bumpy roads. So be safe out there, buddy. Hope you're careful on the roads. If I were you, I would definitely just stick with 35 west. Stick with 35 west all the way down, because by the time you get down to the Hillsboro area, I think you're going to be clear of this storm, and that'll be on the way out. So glad I could kind of give you a little bit of direction there. But that you should be mostly clear there. Just see those dark clouds, take it easy, and just be aware that there could be some flooded area as well. Mostly those service roads, so just stay on the main highway. You should be good to go. So this storm is going to be, like I said, that should be the last big bit of what we're seeing move through, and we'll continue to monitor all of this as we go. And JB, I don't know, now that I say that, I'm not sure where exactly you're going, but if you're staying north of our area, there's really nothing going on there, but just watch out for those flooded roads. And somebody asking if has the tornado threat lowered? Yeah, I think at this point we are definitely looking at a much improved situation here. Not really looking for a tornado threat at this time. I think the atmosphere has been worked over enough that I think we're in a position where there's just not much support for tornadoes at this point. We have plenty of moisture. We have plenty of moisture in the air. Dew points are in the mid-60s up to almost 70. So there's plenty to create heavy rain. That's the main issue here. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to what we're seeing as far as the real concerns, it's going to be that flooding. We still have those stronger winds that are moving really out of Ellis County here. North of Corsicana, might see some more strong winds there, some small hail. But for the most part, we're going to be in a good position. CNB Bill asking, what time can you fire up the grill in Waxahachie? Unfortunately, there is one more storm coming in that's probably going to disrupt you from firing up that grill. But that should be gone here in the next hour or two here. And after that, fire it up and get ready to go. But unfortunately, by that point, it's kind of going to be a little bit on the late side to get dinner going, depending on what you're doing, right? So best of luck there. But yeah, unfortunately, we do have one more storm coming through. And this severe thunderstorm warning, what is the timeline on that? Let's see. Man, this mouse is just this is killing me. Let me see if I can get that to work. It's about as tired as I am, I think. So, okay, and that's until, they always put it in a weird spot, until 4:30. So that's another about 15 minutes from now. So that severe thunderstorm warning, I imagine, will be allowed to expire. This storm, it looks like we could be looking at some small hail, certainly some frequent lightning. Lightning and heavy rain are the main threats in this particular storm. And we'll take a quick look at this. And Jared, I don't need a new mouse. I think it just needs batteries. Really, it just needs a good little recharge there, new power source. But yeah, so here's that wind that's moving out of our area right now. So that's going to be cleared out. Not really seeing any kind of rotation with this Hillsboro storm. So yeah, I think we're going to be in a good position to let this storm come through. let that move in, and that will bring some monsoon conditions here. It's going to be very heavy rain, possibly some gusty winds here and there, possibly some small hail, and then a lot of lightning in this storm. But this should be more of just a nasty storm instead of a severe storm. I think we'll be able to avoid the severe weather with that. Chris Andrade, I'm not sure what the record, I mean, we're at 4.5 hours at this point. I think that's probably got to be the record. I don't think I've gone to 5 yet. And I may be, I may make it to 5 hours today, just depending on, how the rest of this goes. But yeah, I've been on since the start, and what feels like 8 tornadoes. Yeah, I mean, it really does. It's this, this has been a really, really tough one, and it is warm in here. Not really sure what that's doing, but I mean, man, it's probably the lights, but yeah, very, very warm in the studio right now. So I'm looking forward to stepping outside and getting cooler a little bit. So this storm in Hillsboro, I won't be too shocked if that storm does reach severe levels at some point. That one looks like it could be primed to intensify really at any time. And so we'll see what that ends up actually doing here. This severe thunderstorm warning, I think, will be allowed to expire in the next 15 minutes if it's not canceled a little bit earlier. But this storm, this should be the last major storm we really have to deal with this evening. The way that things are looking right now, I'll put this into motion here. We have one last storm, a much smaller storm here, moving right into the Whitney area. It doesn't look like that one's a very big one, though. Not a very big footprint. This storm moving into southwestern, Ellis County from Central Hill County. That's the last big storm we should have. And then we should be done for the evening, at least for the most part. And some activity tried to develop here, but really not much to it. So after this, that should be where we can finally kind of take a breath and get a thought in here, because this storm just is not moving. And it looks like it's probably dying out here. I wondered how long that storm was going to go. It can't go forever, even though it basically kind of has. I mean, it's been there for a long time. So we'll continue to monitor all of this activity, of course. I'll stick with you here, mostly in the southern part of our area. And yes, we have had a few tornadoes today, at least a couple, two, maybe 3 that were confirmed. We don't know yet what the strength of those tornadoes was. We will have to wait until the National Weather Service sends out their surveyors to actually go and look at those. Daniel, thank you so much for the donation through Cash App. That is greatly appreciated. But we won't really know until the next few days, probably next week, before the National Weather Service is able to get out there and estimate those. Now, I will remind you that tomorrow we will probably be looking at storms to our west and northwest. That should be pretty much it. Oh, look, this storm near Hillsboro looks like that's kind of maybe falling apart a little bit. I'll take it. Looks like maybe some hail west of Italy, so don't be surprised if that impacts you there. But over the next couple of days, storms possible tomorrow afternoon and evening, mainly west and northwest of us. If we see those farther south, then we could see some of those move into our area. Really kind of conditional, but I think most of the day tomorrow is dry. Sunday is going to be early in the morning. We're going to have a line of storms move in. Unfortunately, it's looking like it could be a little bit closer to church time there. First service, at least, if there's more than one service at your church. But 6, 7, 8 a.m. kind of looks like maybe the time period here. It's pushed a little later, I think, in one model. I haven't really had a chance to compare them yet. I'll do that here in the next couple of hours as we get offline here and I'm able to actually look ahead. And hearing that there's sun in Hillsboro there. So hopefully that doesn't kick us in the foot or kick us in the backside, because, that could be an indication that we're heating the ground and creating more lift. So hopefully we're not going to see that happen. But this last storm, let's get this thing out here and be done. But looking beyond Sunday, more storms possible. We have low chances of storms Monday through Wednesday. And then Thursday looks like our next chance of widespread showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be strong to severe. Not that we have any appetite for that after today. This has been an absolutely crazy storm that has gone through, and I greatly appreciate everyone who's given to the Cash App, the Venmo. Incredibly generous people. Incredibly generous. So Absolutely just wonderful there. Carl's Corner is flooding. Not surprised there. I mean, really any of this area. Again, if you're in that flash flood warning, flooding unfortunately is going to be likely there. So that's just not a good thing. So yeah, multiple reports of some sun trying to peep through, and not seeing it at the studio yet, but I am seeing more light. So we'll see what it takes to get that going there. But I think we're finally seeing the kind of the light at the end of the tunnel here. I think Waxahachie, you'll still have some of this storm to deal with as that moves through, but behind that, much more spotty activity there. So 420 here, looks like we got about 10 more minutes of this severe thunderstorm warning. We got just one more storm here. And yeah, Serena, looks like any storms we have are going to be very spotty, and I don't think that we will see too much. Just as a reminder here, Kim, you're saying when is the next round? So the next round, it looks like it's probably going to be tomorrow afternoon, evening. Now, here's the kicker. That may stay west and northwest of us. It's not a bygone conclusion at all that it'll actually include or impact our area. Mostly going to be west and northwest of us. Depends on if we get some development further south that might move northeast into our area. So it kind of depends. We'll be watching tomorrow night, but we may stay dry. Sunday morning, we all get wet. And there's another tornado warning east of our area. This is east of our coverage area in Kaufman County heading into Van Zant County. So they're in Canton, from Kemp over to Canton. So we'll take a quick look at that in case we have viewers that are watching that there. And apparently the rotation is just not done. This is not our area, but this is in the Kemp area. So it's probably here, I would think. That's probably, we got some strong winds here anyway. It looks like some of those straight line winds that we were seeing out of the Ellis County storm. Now looks like there might be some quick spin up rotation here. That's in Kemp. That's going to be moving over towards Canton here. So that's what we're watching in terms of that storm. Again, that is outside of our area, but that is the next tornado warning of the day. That moving in there. So we do have a tornado watch until 6 p.m. So for about another hour and a half, we are still under that tornado watch. I don't believe that's been modified yet. Yeah, not been modified as of yet. So we are still under that watch in our particular area. Major tornado damage in Omaha. I'm looking at this right now. Wow. So we think the weather was bad here. Nebraska was absolutely hammered with major tornadoes here. I'm hearing there's storm chasers that are doing recovery operations right now. Massive tornado in Lincoln, Nebraska, hearing that Omaha was hit too. Say a prayer for them, because we had our own issues today, but I haven't heard anything near what Nebraska is going through right now. So just unbelievable pictures. I'm sure you'll see those on the evening news here. Watch Fox 4 News. I'm sure they will have much more coverage of that this evening. But yeah, lots of major damage in Nebraska there. So we had our storms today. We had our tornadoes, but apparently much worse there in Nebraska today. I'm sure I'll be reviewing some of that, and as we get resources through the next several days, if there's resources and ways to contribute to them and support those families, we will definitely get that information out to you. So southern Ellis County right now, this storm is really all that's left, and we will take a quick look inside that storm. There might be some gusty winds there, and just some quick little gusts there, not like what we saw in the Ennis area. Ennis down to Corsicana. Take a look at the VIL. Yeah, well, it looks like we could be looking at a bit of a hail problem there. So west of Italy there. So moving into Italy, there could be a hail threat ongoing there. And let's look at the trend of, well, here we go. Let's look at the trend here. Yeah, so looks like that's a bit of a hail threat that's kind of come up there. So just be prepared in the Italy area for some, I would say maybe up to quarter-sized hail there, possibly. Maybe more penny-sized hail for that particular storm. But not seeing anything, too extreme with that storm in that area. So we're getting to 4 hours and 45 minutes here. I'm tempted to just push on to 5 hours and maybe let that be that, because I think by that time we should be able to we should be dropping that severe thunderstorm watch, and hopefully we can go. Hold on a second. Okay, we have a flood watch that does include all 4 of our counties that is in effect through Sunday afternoon. Yeah, so through Sunday afternoon, we have a flood watch that has been issued. That, of course, will cover the next round of rain, the next guaranteed round of rain, which is early Sunday morning when we have that squall line come through. Late tomorrow afternoon and evening, we could be watching for the possibility of some storms moving through. Not really anything too certain, I don't think, but we could see a few storms here and there doing that, during that period of time. So that will be part of what we're looking at, but most of that should be north and west of us tomorrow afternoon, evening. It's going to take some storms developing farther south, and that's not as likely. So tomorrow, we should be able to kind of avoid all of that. Kemp there is a tornado warning out that way with that storm. We're not following that one. That's outside of our area. We've had our fill today of of that. But the storms tomorrow, Leah, we get those storms tomorrow. We may see we may see some severe weather there. Again, kind of like today, not near as big a coverage as today, but large hail damaging winds, could be a few tornadoes out of those storms. But again, those are most likely going to be north and west of us, so probably staying out of our area right there. So going to continue to watch these storms for just a short time more. And yeah, it definitely looks like this severe thunderstorm warning should be allowed to expire. In the Italy area, I will say you're probably looking at some hail in that area. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be bigger than, I would say, maybe quarter-size hail at this point. Looking out the window, I can't, it looks like most of that's south of me. And there are gusty winds here. The thing is, whether you have a storm or not, there are gusty winds going on. I mean, we've got, 20, 25 mile per hour winds sustained with, gusts of up to 30 miles per hour possible. And it's going to be even windier tomorrow. So even with or without the storms, we will definitely be looking at, gusty, windy days. Liberty, you're asking how much rain is there going to be on Sunday? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we have an estimate on Sunday yet, but it will be a line of storms moving through. So hopefully they don't hang around quite as long and exacerbate the flooding issues we have now. I can tell you that we will definitely be watching that with concern because, we've had plenty of rain now, and this flash flood warning is well warranted. I mean, we've had a lot of rain already, and it's falling very, very fast, and we've continued to see that become an issue. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping that Sunday's storms move through quickly and get in, get out, and be done. So we hopefully won't have to deal with any kind of flooding issues going forward from there. So this storm is going to be a loud one. It's going to continue to do its thing, and this severe thunderstorm warning that we're looking at should be wrapping up, I would say, in the next couple of minutes here. So really, that should be allowed to expire. I don't think that has been lengthened for any period of time. So we'll check the National Weather Service and see what they have. Yeah, that should be allowed to expire really at any moment. And that should be that. Wow, yeah, I'm looking at I'm looking at the at videos from Nebraska. Massive wedge tornado. Jeez. I don't think I've seen anything like that since El Reno or Joplin. Wow. All right, so a question is, do you do a daily reporter just like today's weather? So, Yardley, I try to do a video, forecast video as often as I can. It's been tough too recently. I've had a number of moving pieces going on recently. It's made it tough to get those videos done. In the next couple of weeks, I should be able to ramp that up a little bit. But I do normally post the forecast in the morning. Haven't done so today because it's been a crazy, crazy day. I'll post a 7-day forecast this evening and we'll get you all caught up. I do need to mention Ellis County Pest and Ellis County or Waxahachie Glass Corporation. Those ads didn't run today because I didn't get a chance to run those forecasts. I'll be doing that this weekend, but I want to make sure you know that. So live action Mustache Man, you're asking about good to go in Scarborough on Sunday. Scarborough Renaissance Festival, I would say Sunday morning, I think we should at least be mostly done with the rain from Scarborough by that point. So I think we'll be good to go as far as most of the day on Sunday. If you want to go out to Scarborough Renaissance Festival, lots of fun out there. But yeah, I mean a little bit muddy, but I was there just a few days ago, this past weekend actually, but last Sunday, and hey, I mean, there was a little mud, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world. We still had a good time. And yeah, I think it might be a little bit a little gross out there on the ground, but that's pretty much going to be it. I think you'll be good to go for Scarborough Renaissance Festival there. And Chris Andrade saying that that El Reno is your hometown. Wow, that's crazy. I'm sure that was an emotional time watching that storm. That was an incredible storm that went through. I saw you didn't want to bother. Hey. Always feel free to come up and say hello. It's always nice, and that severe thunderstorm warning is gone, so that's finally out of there. Only warning that's left is this flash flood warning here. But always feel free to come say hello if you see me out in public, out in the real world, right? Always willing to say hello to folks. Hey, I mean, it's, it's a busy time out there, but, I'm happy to say hello and talk to folks. Getting a question about the Italy area. Heavy rain, maybe some wind gusts here and there, but really not much other than that. This storm is, we got a little bit more activity, and then after this, we really should get a break. At very least, if not, maybe be done for the evening. I'll be continuing to monitor it, but south of Waxahachie, north of Italy, north of Blooming Grove. So that area, this is where we are going to, again, the flooding is going to be the main problem. So the Italy area, Forest and Waxahachie, that's where we're seeing a lot of this heavy rain that's going to continue to move, continue to rain in Ennis. They've had more than enough today, and then eventually that will start creeping further and further south, and Waxahachie should be dry here in the next few minutes here. Looking kind of broad across the area here, and I'm just going to kind of stall for the next several minutes, see if we can get to 5 hours. 5 hours on a stream. Got 9 minutes left. So Hill County, Ellis County. Really, Navarro is dried up pretty much. Johnson County, not much going on there. This is all we have left, folks. That's pretty much all we have left. We have maybe a little few showers here, but really not much aside from that. But this is what we have left. Just this activity going through parts of Hill County right now. A lot of lightning across Ellis County here. Remember, lightning can strike 30 miles outside of a storm. So just understand that and be prepared for the fact that, these storms can really affect you a lot farther out than most people think. And so there's going to be plenty of lightning and heavy rain going through Ellis County for a little while longer. All of this activity there. So somebody asked about Maypearl. Liberty, you asked that. I answered that question. It's how you asked how much rain is there going to be on Sunday. I'm really not sure. I haven't seen any kind of rain estimates on Sunday, so I'm really not sure. But this is what we have left. This is going to continue to move on to the northeast, and I really am still concerned about some flooding here. And sometimes when you have that flooding, those flooding problems, that's going to continue to be an issue for quite a while, right? I mean, it takes time for that water to lower and to settle and that kind of thing. So just as you venture out this evening, pop your head out to see what's going on. Maybe just keep an eye on the roads and those creeks and those kind of things this evening as this rain goes through, especially if you're in this flash flood warning. Central Hill County, northern Navarro County, southern and eastern Ellis County here. That's where the flash flooding is definitely going to be at its worst. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. But I'm starting to see some light poking through, maybe here at the studio. Yeah, so winds picking up in Ennis. That's going to be that storm right there. That's going to be the one that is making its way east, hopefully out of Ellis County in the next several minutes. But that's the storm that's going to be pushing eastward there. And Hill County, you're finally, the end is moving northeast. So it's going to, other than maybe some light rain here and there, but Waxahachie will soon be drying out once this activity starts to kind of push through. But yeah, I mean, we've got about 5.5 minutes of this stream. So this has been definitely a record day for, okay, so I'm hearing more and more that maybe there might have been an actual tornado in Kemp, Texas. So hopefully, you know, folks are okay there. Never like to hear that. And as I mentioned before, looked like there was quite a bit of awful okay, just checking a couple of things here. In Nebraska, a lot of tornado damage there, unfortunately. Really terrible situation there. So we're you know, saying a prayer from them there. Like I said, I'm going to post, if we get, you know, where we can find out resources for the victims of the Nebraska tornadoes. If there's victims here for our local area, I will make sure that we, you know, find ways to help them as well. Post that out there. We won't know the strength of these tornadoes that we saw today until the National Weather Service goes out and actually does those estimates, right? So they will go out there, they will assess the damage. That's how they actually figure out how strong the storm was. You see the basically the extent of the damage. You can tell the wind speeds from that and that kind of thing. So that's how we will know just how intense these storms were in our area as well as up in Nebraska. So it'll be a couple of days. And, you know, so Kiki, we're getting reports in Omaha, Nebraska, as well as Lincoln, that there were large tornadoes in that area. So I don't know a whole lot more than that. I'm not familiar with Nebraska, but I know that's what I'm seeing in the reports just on X. So that's what I'm hearing there, and wow, I'm seeing just the my God. Okay, so I want to show you something here. So this is from, let me get a location on this. This is Omaha, Nebraska. I want to show you this. This is video from Omaha, Nebraska. It looks to me, there's a little bit of an open space there. It looks to me almost, we could be looking at two, look at this, we could be looking at two separate, look at that space there. There could be two separate wedge tornadoes, but just look how massive this major tornado in the Lincoln, Nebraska area is. I mean, just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This is, I don't know how that's not an F5. I don't know how that's not an EF5, if not a very high-end EF4. I mean, come on. Yeah. Wow. Absolutely unbelievable. And that from James Pettis. So I'm sure there will be a lot of study, a lot of, you know, trying to learn about that storm. Anytime we have these major, massive tornadoes, we do the best we can to kind of study those storms and kind of learn more about them and hopefully figure out how we can see them coming. Because, I mean, an event like that is just absolutely unbelievable. So as I mentioned a few times, we'll make sure to post out there how we can support the families out there. I mean, we've seen several tornadoes today, but I don't think we've seen anything like that in our particular area. I mean, that is just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And a storm like that is just, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And we've seen a couple of large tornadoes at least in Nebraska there. So we'll post updates about that. We'll post information about it and make sure that you're as informed as possible. We are right about 30 seconds away from 5 hours here, and I don't think we've ever made it to that point. But the lesson for tonight is the severe weather threat here looks to have ended. This storm looks to not be near as intense as it was. Still plenty of heavy rain, so really the lasting kind of problem here is going to be the flooding. That's what we will be watching the most closely here, and so we will have to watch that as it goes through. But if you see flooded roadways here, turn around, don't drown. Make sure you stay careful of those things. Chris Andrade asking, growing up between El Reno and Ellis County most of your life, Tornado Alley used to run along I-35, seems to have shifted either more to the west or more east now. Do you feel it's changed? So Chris, I'm not sure if it has changed. I haven't sat down and really looked into it. I do know that there seems to be more tornadoes going on in the deep south. Now, whether we're just more aware of them or whatever the case is, I don't know. But it does seem like we've seen a little bit of a change, but it's hard to know if it's one of those situations where people just call it Tornado Alley and maybe it didn't actually line up to what was really there. So I'm sure there will be opportunities to study that, but the real answer is, to me, I'm just not sure exactly one way or the other. But Cindy, we could see storms tomorrow. Most of those will be north and west of us. If storms do end up happening here, it's going to be if those develop farther south. So that's kind of conditional. I'm not sure if they do. It'll be late afternoon, evening probably, and then early Sunday morning. We could see more storms there. So right now, nothing severe in our area, just some more heavy rain. Lots of questions coming in. Hold on, folks. I'm trying to wrap this up. This storm here, small hail possible there. Hearing about some small hail in the Ennis area. This is that flash flood warning. And we have the last bit of this is moving northeast where it is getting ready to move out of here. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's going to take a little longer to get there. If you see those flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown. If you're in a flood-prone area, take whatever precautions you need to, because as this heavy rain continues, flooding will continue to be an issue as well. Gusty winds will continue with or without storms. We have gusty winds today and tomorrow, and so that is going to be the reality of our weather. Storms possible tomorrow, but not likely for our area. If they do move in, it'll be 1 or 2 in the late afternoon, evening hours. At least that's the forecast right now. And then if we go forward from there, Sunday morning, early Sunday morning looks to be our next best chance for storms, and then more storms possible next week. Thank you so much for over 5 hours of coverage here. I'm going to step off here, get a little bit of rest, but I will have more updates on this on South Metro weather going through the rest of the evening.